Tricia L. Gleason, Assistant City Clerk, you are hereby directed to call a regular session of the City Council to be held on Monday, June 1st, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. in the historic Federal Building for the purpose of conducting such business that may properly come before the City Council.
Good evening and welcome to a regular session of the Dubuque City Council for June 1st, 2026. As a reminder to our participants, you can provide in-person input or virtual audio or written input during the sections on the agenda where public input is accepted. Input options during the live meeting include in-person attendees may approach the podium when the mayor asks if there is any public input on the items they would like to speak to. Remote attendees can log in to GoToMeeting using the login links, phone numbers, and access codes that appear on the broadcast and live stream and posted on the front page of the meeting agenda. This option includes audio input and written chat input. If you are participating via computer, indicate which item you would like to speak to in the chat function, or note that you would like to speak during the appropriate section. If you are participating via phone, indicate which item you would like to speak to during the appropriate section. All comments, whether in person or virtual, must be accompanied by a name and address. Additionally, written public input is accepted by contacting the City Council directly from the city's webpage at www.cityofdubuque.org/councilcontacts and through the city clerk's office email at ctyclerk@cityofdubuque.org. This information will be reiterated during the meeting. Attendance at tonight's session is as follows. Mayor Kavanaugh.
Here.
Council members Resnick.
Here.
Roussel.
Here.
Leindecker.
Here.
Staver.
Here.
Sprank.
Here.
Wethel.
Here.
City Manager Van Milligan.
Here.
City Attorney Brumwell.
Here.
Mayor Kavanaugh, I'll turn it over to you for the Pledge of
All
Allegiance.
right, thank you, Trish. I invite all who are able to please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First item on tonight's agenda is the 2026 Employee Spirit Award recognition. I'll turn it over to Assistant City Manager Corey Burbach.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for having me, and thank you for the opportunity to get to recognize some of my colleagues tonight. So if you're in the audience and you are a Spirit Award winner, would you come on up so we can put you front and center to talk about you for a moment?
in a good way.
Hi, Max. Perfect. As they come up, we have a program at the City of Dubuque called the Spirit Awards, and that is where our employees get the chance to nominate each other throughout the year for coworkers that they see exemplifying the Spirit Principles. The Spirit Principles are our values at the City of Dubuque, and they stand for service, people, integrity, responsibility, innovation, and teamwork. And our community members see those things every day. You all see those things every day, but behind the scenes, there's a lot of amazing things that happen that nobody ever sees except for coworkers. And so at our annual employee breakfast, which happens at the beginning of May during Public Employee Recognition Week, we give out awards to employees that best personify those values. They're not all here tonight, but if you hear your name and you want to wave, I'm going to recognize all of our Spirit winners this year. So under service, we have the Consider It Done Award, and that goes to Sarah Berna from the Community Impact Department for the work that she did to essentially recreate a summer program for teens last summer when we found out we lost our AmeriCorps funding. Pretty impressive, pretty fast. Under the people, we have the highest of high fives awards. That goes to Connie Simon at the airport and Joe Biederman in parks. Both of who were recognized specifically from individuals for the personal impact that they made in an interaction throughout the year. For integrity, we have the Constant Contributor Award. That goes to Max O'Brien in Public Works, down there on the end, for his leadership and modeling all of the values of the city as he completed his transition from engineering to Public Works this year. Personifying the responsibility value, we have the MacGyver Award going to Tanner Kluel from Public Works and Nikki Rosemeyer from IT for working together to create an app to respond to resident requests for snow removal in that big 12-inch snow that we got in under 24 hours. They created a new app that allowed us to manage those requests in real time. Under innovation, we have the Big Bang Award, and we gave it to the department that tried to blow themselves up. Hope we don't have to do that again. That award goes to the Water and Resource Recovery Center staff, the entire team, for the work that they did responding to and recovering from the explosion at that department last year. Under teamwork, we have the Cloud9 Collaborator Award. That goes to our emergency communications dispatchers, Jessica representing them tonight because they're on the phones like they always are. They were recognized by the other public safety departments for the stellar work that they have done to reduce call times this year, which you all have heard about, all while maintaining high quality customer service. And then we have the Circle of Excellence Award, and that award is given to an employee that best personifies all of those values. So often you see these employees recognized in multiple categories throughout the year, and so we have 2 of those this year. The first is Nate Kiefer, who's here with us from engineering, for his leadership and always supporting his team, fostering an environment where colleagues feel valued and heard. And then our second Circle of Excellence Award winner goes to Hector Hernandez Gutierrez in IT. Hector is part of our help staff and not only fixes the problem every time we call IT, but is really a supportive and educational voice and always does it in a kind way, even when we ask stupid questions. So please help me in recognizing these folks as well as all of the city staff for the way they value our spirit values.
Well, you guys, thank you so much for being here. I know you want to leave and go back to your seats. I know you do. And actually, that's one of my favorite things about you in this group right here, is that it was hard even to just come up and have to stand in front of everybody to be able to be recognized in this way, because you do this job because you care about it so deeply and you love it. And you care about the community that you live in and you want to serve it. And I don't think there's any higher calling, honestly, than wanting to serve your community, your state, your country, and you're doing it every single day. And I'm just so proud and honored to live in a city with people like you in it who do that work day in and day out. So thank you for everything you do. And I'd be remiss if I didn't also say the entire city council and entire city staff and community are very proud of you as well. So thank you for everything that you do. All right, Trish.
Next on our agenda are proclamations. We have 5 proclamations tonight.
Okay, so our first proclamation is National Poppy Day, and I believe Bob Felderman is here. Did I see Bob? Bob may or may not be here. We're kind of standing room only at this point. Okay, if we don't see Bob arrive, then I will accept this proclamation on Bob's behalf. But this is for National Poppy Day. I do appreciate Bob bringing this forward, so I'll go ahead and read this. City of Dubuque Proclamation. Whereas National Poppy Day in the United States was Friday, the 22nd of May, 2026, held annually on the Friday before Memorial Day to honor fallen military personnel and support living veterans. Americans wore red poppies to symbolize sacrifice, with funds raised supporting veterans and their families. And whereas the red poppy is a nationally recognized symbol of sacrifice, worn to honor those who served and died for the country in all wars. And whereas following World War I, poppies flourished in the battle-scarred soil of Europe, inspiring the poem In Flanders Fields and establishing it as a symbol of bloodshed and remembrance. And whereas appreciation for veterans from our community is welcome and deserved and should be shown to them every day of the year. And now, therefore, I, Brad M. Kavanaugh, Mayor of the City of Dubuque, Iowa, on behalf of the City Council, staff, and citizens of Dubuque, do hereby proclaim that every Friday before Memorial Day, effective with May 22nd, 2026, is declared National Poppy Day in the City of Dubuque to honor fallen veterans and encourage residents to show their support by wearing a poppy on this day and the entire month of May each year. All right, our next proclamation is Juneteenth, and I believe it's written very tiny. We have Claudette Bees, Claudette Carter-Thomas, Tim Bees, Lemaitre Murdoch, Adriana Johnson, Marianne Conzit. Whoever wants to come on up and accept the proclamation and say a few words.
As the new Assistant Director at the Multicultural Family Center, and on behalf of the Juneteenth Committee and the whole Multicultural Family Center, I would just like to say that we thank you all and we are so grateful. And we invite you all to join us at the events. It'll be June 19th, 20th, and 21st. And so we welcome you all to come out and participate.
Well, welcome to the team, first of all.
Thank
you
you.
very much for being here to accept this proclamation. And thanks to everybody who put this forward. Juneteenth has become an incredible event every single year. It has grown every year that we have really embraced it in the last few years. And it's been so exciting to see. Last year in particular was just, the crowd it was so much fun and so joyous of an occasion. And I do appreciate that we recognize it here in Dubuque and that we bring so many people together on that day. So thank you for making the effort to do it. And thanks for bringing this forward so that we're all aware of it. City of Dubuque proclamation. Whereas on June 19th, 1865, more than 2 years after President Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, enslaved Americans in Galveston, Texas finally received word that they were free from bondage. And whereas Juneteenth commemorates this day when those who were formerly enslaved began to build new lives and new traditions that we honor today. And whereas Juneteenth is the oldest nationally celebrated commemoration of the ending of slavery in the United States and commemorates African American achievement and reminds us of our willingness to learn and emerge from our darkest moments with hope, purpose, and resolve. And whereas on this commemoration we recommit ourselves to the work of equity, equality, justice, and we celebrate more than a century of African American resilience in the city of Dubuque and beyond. And whereas on June 17th, 2021, President Biden signed the bill making Juneteenth the 11th American federal holiday and the first to obtain legal observance as a federal holiday since Martin Luther King Jr. Day was designated in 1983. And whereas since 2023, the city of Dubuque has recognized Juneteenth as a paid holiday. And whereas Dubuque's Multicultural Family Center is hosting a Juneteenth celebration the weekend of Friday 19th through the Sunday, June 21st at the Multicultural Family Center and at Jackson Park. Now, therefore, I, Brad M. Kavanaugh, Mayor of the City of Dubuque, Iowa, on behalf of the City Council staff and residents of Dubuque, do hereby proclaim the 19th of June, 2026, as Juneteenth National Independence Day in the City of Dubuque, Iowa, and urge residents to support and endorse the practice and policy of equity and freedom for all. You want a picture? Yeah? All right. Hey, Chris. All right. Thank you. Nice to see you. Okay, our next proclamation is Women Veterans Recognition Day, and I believe Dawn Fleming and Christina Schauer are here with a whole group.
Hello, I'm Christina Schauer. I'm an Iraq War veteran, served in the U.S. Army 99 to 2008 with that one deployment from 03 to 04. I am here today with Dawn Fleming. She is the Vice President of the Tri-State Women Warriors, and she is also the Assistant Director of Financial Aid, and I always get it wrong, and VA student...
School certified.
Say it one more time.
School certifying official.
School certifying official. I nailed it. So anyway, I'm going to turn it over to her to talk a little bit about why we are here today.
All right. Thank you, members of City Council, for allowing us to have another proclamation again this year to honor the 1948 Women's Armed Service Integration Act, signed by President Truman. I wrote it down this time. Last year, we recognized all the first of women going into service, ranging from Revolutionary War all the way up to the signing of this act. And today we look at what this act continues to do for women and our women veterans for recognition. So going into current times of 2016, all MOSs or jobs being open to women serving in the military. In 2016, we had our first female infantry officer, and we also had our first woman ranger. 2017, we had our first class of women go through the 11 Bravo Infantry School at Fort Benning. And to bring it into Iowa, in 2021, we had the first woman join the ranks as a first-time infantry service member. So this act continues to not only make the difference of women's recognition back all the way to the Revolutionary War and behind, and continuing on, but to also empower women to today to continue to know that they have the ability to do all the jobs that our male counterparts are able to do, and do that with the continued recognition and the gratitude and the appreciation from all service members, men and women. So again, we thank you for this proclamation for recognizing June 12th as Women Veterans Recognition Day in honor of the Women's Armed Forces Integration Act of 1948.
Well, Dawn and Christina, thank you so much for being here to bring this proclamation forward again this year. But first and foremost, thank you for what you're doing to bring recognition to the forefront for our entire community. I mean, look, just even the crowd you bring today and the women who have served and are a part of this group, but then I see you everywhere. I mean, you're all over the place. I'm wearing your t-shirt, by the way, that you did get, that I did, that you kind of made me buy from you, which I was very happy to do, but yes.
You donated.
Exactly, yes, I donated to the cause.
Yes.
But I wear it with pride and do very much appreciate that that you've done so much work, and I think we all appreciate that you're doing so much work to make sure that this recognition is something that is front and center, because it needs to be, and it hasn't always been. So you're doing really great work. So keep it up, and thank you very much for being here today.
Can I say one quick
Absolutely,
thing?
yeah.
Yeah. So I just wanted to point out, because Dawn's very humble. You know, she spoke of all these infantry firsts, but before women were allowed in the infantry, Dawn served in the infantry as part of a female engagement team in Afghanistan. So back when they realized they needed women in infantry, and so that she cooked in the morning as a cook. That was her job, and she trained really quick in infantry skills, and she went out and worked with the women and children in Afghanistan during the day. And then did you come back and cook again?
Yes.
Okay. Yep. So I just wanted to give Dawn that credit, because she wouldn't have said it herself.
Well, thank you very much for mentioning that, Christine. I really appreciate that. All right, City of Dubuque proclamation. Whereas the residents of Dubuque, Iowa are steadfast in their commitment to honoring the service and sacrifice of local veterans and service members. And whereas Women Veterans Recognition Day, observed on June 12th, commemorates the anniversary of Women's Armed Services Integration Act of 1948, which granted women the right to serve as permanent and regular members of the United States Armed Forces. And whereas prior to 1948, women played essential roles in every American conflict, often serving without formal recognition or the benefits afforded to their male counterparts. And whereas nearly 3 million women have served in every branch of the United States Armed Forces, whose contributions have been and continue to be vital to the strength and effectiveness of every branch of the U.S. military. And whereas the Tri-State Women Warriors recognizes the sacrifices and strengths of women, veterans, and current service members, and continues to uplift, support, and advocate for the unique needs of women veterans. And whereas it is our duty to recognize and honor the sacrifices, leadership, and resilience of women veterans, ensuring their service is acknowledged and valued within our communities. Now, therefore, I, Brad M. Kavanaugh, Mayor of the City of Dubuque, Iowa, on behalf of the City Council staff and residents of Dubuque, do hereby proclaim the 12th of June, 2026 as Women Veterans Recognition Day in the City of Dubuque, Iowa, and encourage everyone to honor the service, sacrifice, and enduring contributions of women in the U.S. military, past and present.
Hey, John. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, everybody. Oh, this is fun. Let's keep going. Got another proclamation. So, Dornbirn, 125th anniversary days. Kevin Fernstall is here with us to tell us a little more about this one.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members and staff. Kevin Fernstall, the current chair of the Sister City Committee of Travel Dubuque. This proclamation congratulates our sister city of Dornbirn, Austria, that is celebrating the 125th anniversary of its incorporation as a city. Similar to Dubuque, it was a village first. We were a settlement first before being incorporated. And the commonalities between Dornbirn and Dubuque were discovered when Austrian author Myron Pickler published a book entitled Dornbirn to the New World, in which Dubuque is highlighted as a primary destination for immigrants. Copies of that book are available at the Carnegie Stout Public Library. Continuing the theme of sister cities, changes are planned, and some are taking place at our Sister City International Park at 16th and Kerber. A shout out to the Park and Recreation Department for their help recently. So we invite the City Council, staff, and public to an event highlighting the park and the 70th anniversary of Sister Cities International on Wednesday, October 14th, never too early to plan, from 4:30 to 7 at Sister City International Park. Details will be coming later in the summer. Thank you.
Well, Kevin, thank you so much. Nice to see you in the chambers again, as always. But thank you so much for your work on the Sister City Committee. It is a great thing to have connections internationally with other cities that are like us, that go through a lot of the same things. And I know Dornbirn reaches out frequently and says hello a lot, so I do appreciate that, and I do wish them well in their anniversary this year. So thanks for bringing this proclamation forward. City of Dubuque proclamation. Whereas Sister Cities International traces its roots to 1956, when President Dwight D. Eisenhower proposed a people-to-people citizen diplomacy initiative that creates global cooperation at the local level while promoting sustainable development, youth involvement, cultural understanding, and humanitarian assistance. And whereas the Sister Cities International Network represents more than 2,500 communities in 137 countries around the world. And whereas the City of Dubuque established an official sister city relationship with Dornbirn, Austria in October of 2012. And whereas many of Dubuque's earliest residents emigrated from Dornbirn, Austria in the 1880s, establishing their homes and businesses in Dubuque. And whereas the City of Dornbirn, Austria will celebrate the 125th anniversary of its incorporation from June 19th through the 21st, 2026, featuring city walks, history exhibitions, and public festivals. Now, therefore, I, Brad M. Kavanaugh, Mayor of the City of Dubuque, Iowa, on behalf of the City Council, staff, and citizens of Dubuque, do hereby proclaim June 19th through 21st, 2026, as Dornbirn, Austria 125th Anniversary Days and in the City of Dubuque, Iowa, and congratulate the City of Dornbirn, Austria on its anniversary and its contribution to the history of the City of Dubuque. Okay, and our final proclamation this evening is the LGBTQIA plus Pride Month. So I know we have Chuck and many others here, but looks like it's Chuck, huh?
Yeah.
All right, perfect.
I guess I'm starting up. Come on.
Yeah,
You
come
guys
on.
need to get up here.
Feel free.
If you're coming. My name is Chuck Harris. I'm president of the Dubuque Pride organization here in Dubuque. Just wanted to thank you on behalf of our organization for this proclamation, as well as all of the things that you guys do as a city with everything going forward. Don't forget festival June 6th, 2026, 6/26, which will be this Saturday. We'll be down at the Town Clock Plaza. And Tim, you wanted to speak?
Yes. This year, we're happy to say that we are bigger than last year with over 85 vendors, resource booths, and double the lineup of entertainment. So please stop down Saturday, noon to 5 to see us.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you so much for being here again this year. And just like I mentioned with Juneteenth earlier tonight, I mean, just grown by leaps and bounds every single year. And it's so great to see. It is such a great day to get together and have a good party. So thank you so much for everything that you're doing. And I know it's a lot of work. We hear from Danny that it's a lot of work. So we do appreciate all the work that goes into it. And I really enjoy that everybody gets together downtown to be able to celebrate everyone. So thanks for being here and accepting this proclamation. City of Dubuque proclamation. Whereas the City of Dubuque is a progressive and inclusive community that celebrates culture and heritage and supports efforts to ensure everyone has the right to live in conditions of dignity, respect, and peace. And whereas the City of Dubuque strives to offer our residents a safe community and to put an end to taunting, bullying, and intolerance. And whereas the City of Dubuque advocates for the elimination of all forms of discrimination and displays a commitment to the equal treatment of all people, we recognize the need for intersectionality and work towards social justice as we understand there is no true equality until there is equity for all. And whereas the City of Dubuque understands the importance for LGBTQ plus people to have access to excellent health care in LGBTQ affirmative environments, that the necessity to have the legal and institutional freedom to pursue their own lives as they wish, and the need to have their liberty and safety affirmed by society. And whereas the celebration of Pride Month brings together dedicated and committed community members, allies, volunteers, businesses, and organizations to celebrate diversity, inclusion, and the contributions of LGBTQ plus individuals. And whereas this aims to foster community engagement, promote awareness, and advocate for equality through entertainment, education, and celebration with programming that highlights the vibrancy and resilience of the LGBTQ plus community in an environment which is inclusive and welcoming to all. And whereas this proclamation sends a positive message of validation to LGBTQ plus residents that the city embraces these individuals and their families as a part of the community. Now therefore, I, Brad M. Kavanaugh, Mayor of the City of Dubuque, Iowa, on behalf of the City Council staff and residents of Dubuque, do hereby proclaim the month of June 2026 as LGBTQIA plus Pride Month in the City of Dubuque, Iowa, and encourage the residents of Dubuque to observe this month with programs, activities, and ceremonies in recognition of our city's diversity, including the Dubuque Pride Festival on June 6th at the Town Clock Plaza in downtown Dubuque. Thanks, everybody. All right, Trish.
Okay, moving on to consent items. At this time, anyone participating in the meeting in person who would like to discuss one of the consent items, please approach the podium when the mayor asks if there is any in-person input and state your name and address. For all remote attendees, please enter your name and address in the chat function or state your name and address over the phone when the mayor asks if there is any virtual input. If more than one participant would like to speak, then city staff will determine the speaking order of the participants. Please state the item you would like removed from the consent agenda for separate discussion and consideration. Consent items can be found on pages 2 through 5 on tonight's agenda.
All right, so we're going to do the consent agenda first. Here, do we have anyone here in chambers who would like to remove any of the consent items for separate discussion this evening? Seeing no one here. Anyone virtually? Okay. All right. So then we'll bring it back to the table.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Resnick.
I move to receive and file the documents, adopt the resolutions, and deal with the consent items as recommended.
Second by Wethel.
Got a motion by Resnick and a second by Wethel. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Leyendecker,
Aye.
Roussel. Aye. Resnick.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye. That motion passes 7-0.
Next on the agenda are items to be set for public hearings. Tonight, we have one item requesting to be set for public hearing for June 15th, 2026, and that is the Municipal Service Center Roof and HVAC Replacement Project. Item 2 on set for public hearing has been pulled from tonight's agenda.
Thank you, Trish. Ms. Roussel.
I move to receive and file, adopt the resolution, and set the public hearing for June 15th.
By Sprank.
Motion by Roussel, second by Sprank. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Leyendecker.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye. That motion passes 7-0.
Moving on to boards and commission application review for Arts and Cultural Affairs Advisory Commission with public input included. Board of Library Trustees with public input included. Building Code Advisory and Appeals Board with public input included. Cable Television Commission with public input included. Historic Preservation Commission with public input included. Long Range Planning Advisory Commission with public input included. Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission and the Zoning Advisory Commission.
All right, thank you, Trish. All right, this will take us a few minutes because we have quite a few applicants, which is great news. But I want to start with the Arts and Cultural Affairs Advisory Commission. We have 2 3-year terms through June 30th, 2028, and we have 2 applicants, Doug Donald and Gail Chavanel. Do we have anyone here to speak to either of those applications? And just please let me know if there's anyone virtually or. Okay, moving on then to the Board of Library Trustees. Here we have 2 3-year terms through July 1st, 2029. We have 3 applicants, Andrew Bland, Tasha Rosenbaum, and Paul Uzel. Do we have anyone here to speak to any of these applications this evening? Please, come on up.
I thought it would come properly attired. In fact, the contents of my library bag, make sure you all see it, is available for sale at the library, as are these shirts. We the People, Jill Lepore, A History of the U.S. Constitution. Very good book. You have to try to get it because I keep on renewing it because I get through it real slow. But this one is an interesting one. Mobilize, How to Reboot the American Industrial Base and Stop World War III. It's looked interesting, and I asked the library because it wasn't in stock, and they went and bought it. And they've done that several times for me on other things, so I'm really appreciative of that. It's one of the reasons why I'm applying. As it turns out, I'm not particularly excited about the contents of it. But that doesn't mean it shouldn't be on the shelves for people to read. You know, so as a member of the Board of Trustees, I would be very open to having opinions not exactly competent with mine. I am a retired Presbyterian pastor and an associate member of the Franciscans. Those two do match, but ask me about that some other time. And I returned to the city that I loved when I went to school here in 88 to 92, and then I served for 30 years in ministry, and I had a son living here. And besides, this is the best city in the state, if not the country. And I was raised in Florida, so I've had a little experience. So I would love to be on this board. If for some reason I fall in third, I'll find some other way to get at you. But I'm looking forward to working with the library board.
Well, thank you, Paul, for
Any
your
questions?
comments.
None.
Do we have any questions for Paul? No? Thank you, Paul. All right, anyone else for the other 2 applications or Paul's application? Okay, moving on then to the Building Code Advisory and Appeals Board. Here we have 1 3-year term through January 1st, 2027. 1 applicant, Rod Schumacher. Do we have anyone here to speak to that application this evening? Seeing no one here. Moving on to the Cable Television Commission, 2 3-year terms through July 1st, 2029. 2 applicants, Georgina Guerrero Galvin and Pauline Maloney. Do we have anyone here to speak to those applications? All right. Going on to the Historic Preservation Commission, 1 3-year term through July 1st, 2029. 1 3-year term through another one through July 1st, 2029 within the Langworthy District. And then 1 3-year term through July 1st, 2027 in the Old Main District. We have 3 applicants, Matthew Klein, Christina Monk, and Chad Widoff. Do we have anyone here to speak to those applications this evening? Seeing no one here. Moving on to the Long Range Planning Advisory Commission, 1 3-year term through July 1st, 2029. 1 applicant, Mark Ward. Anyone here to speak to that application this evening? All right, we have 2 more. Park and Recreation Advisory Commission, 2 3-year terms through June 30th, 2029, and 2 applicants, Ron Axtell and Robin Kennecker. Do we have anyone here to speak to those applications? Please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Most of you know who I'm, Robin Kennecker, and most I've known for many years, being on the Park and Rec Commission and also the Residency Commission. And for the newcomers, welcome aboard. I hope you have a great time. I always do. So anyhow, I'm also on the secretary for the the North End Association. The Point Neighborhood Association. Cut that out, Danny. Anyhow, we kind of join groups all the time. And I'm also on the board at Crescent and the executive board at Crescent. And I always believe in listen to the community. What is their voice? What are their concerns? How can I help and how can I pay it forward to give advice to whoever it might be, for whatever suggestion it might be. So I humbly ask to be rejoined again for the Park and Rec and also Resilience Commission because I play a dual role on the two of them. Any questions?
I don't think so. Thank you very
All
much,
right, thank
Robin,
you.
for your comments. Okay. Then the last appointment we have to look at is the Zoning Advisory Commission. Here we have one 3-year term through July 1st, 2029, and one applicant, Jake Koch. Do we have anyone here to speak to that application? Okay. All right, then we can move on to public hearings, please.
Okay, public
Oh,
hearing.
Trish, I should mention, Mr. Resnick reminded me in writing here that we did receive written feedback from many. I know you mentioned, the feedback we got, but a lot of applicants did reach out to us in writing too. So,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay, moving on to public hearings. At this time, anyone participating in the meeting in person who would like to discuss one of the public hearing items, please approach the podium when the mayor asks if there is any in-person input for the public hearing you would like to speak to, and state your name and address. For all remote attendees, please enter your name and address in the chat function and state the public hearing you would like to speak to. Or state your name and address over the phone when the mayor asks if there is any virtual input for the public hearing that you would like to speak to. If more than one participant would like to speak, then city staff will determine the speaking order of the participants. Public hearing number 1 is voluntary annexation request, Dubuque Metropolitan Area Solid Waste Agency, who is the applicant and property owner.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Russell?
I move to receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second by Wethel.
Got a motion by Russell and a second by Wethel. Am I coming to you, Mike?
Yes.
Yeah, go
Thank
ahead.
you. Planning Services Director Wally Werneman is recommending City Council approval of a voluntary annexation request from the Dubuque Metropolitan Area Solid Waste Agency. It is recommended that the City Council approve the annexation request for the reasons described in the enclosed staff report and summarized below. It is 100% voluntary and in compliance with Iowa Code. It is consistent with the Imagine Dubuque Comprehensive Plan. It is consistent with the Iowa Smart Planning Principles. The City of Dubuque has the capacity to provide substantial municipal services to the annexation territory. The future growth and development of the City of Dubuque makes it desirable that the annexation territory be made part of the City of Dubuque, and the annexation is in the public interest. The city received a written application from the Dubuque Metropolitan Area Solid Waste Agency for voluntary annexation of approximately 126.69 acres. The annexation territory is comprised of agricultural and open land just south of the landfill in Dubuque County. The submitted annexation request is to allow the development of the land for use as part of the sanitary landfill. The agency's strategic plan estimates that with this added area, the landfill will have capacity for over 190 years. The agency will go through the process of obtaining permits for future landfill cell expansion that would use this land. By Iowa Code, the annexation will be subject to final approval of the State of Iowa City Development Board because the property is considered to be in an urbanized area since it is within 2 miles of the city of Piasta. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
Thank you, Mike. We're in a public hearing to consider approval of a voluntary annexation request from the Dubuque Metropolitan Area Solid Waste Agency. Do we have any public input on this item this evening? Seeing none here. Anything virtually? Okay. All right. Back to us for discussion then. Ms. Wethel.
I now thank you to my council colleagues for my ability to serve on the Dubuque Metropolitan Area Solid Waste Agency Board. It is fascinating work with a dedicated crew of people who are just trying to do the right thing for the future of Dubuque. And my children's children will have capacity that we will have a forecast of transparency for residents. We will have decreased costs compared to other area metropolitan and similar sized cities for our long-term plan to do things as ecologically as possible with the help of the Iowa DNR and Corps of Engineers. Thanks for all the work, guys.
Thank you. Any other discussion, questions? I have a couple of questions. They're just general questions. Maybe, Ken, you might be the person that I'd be asking those questions of. How long has the Solid Waste Agency owned this property? I don't know if I remember seeing that in there, and I apologize if I missed it.
Ken Miller, Solid Waste Agency Administrator. A portion of the property, there's two different properties that were acquired over time. I believe the most recent parcels were acquired about 14 years ago. And then some of that was acquired at least 20 years ago. So
Gotcha.
It's always, it's been in the agency's plans to eventually utilize that space for at least 15 years.
Yep.
And then several years ago, they embarked on a capacity study to evaluate the future development at the site, not only for landfill cells, but for other infrastructure that could be put in out there over time. So.
Okay, I see. Why only annex it now into the city? Why not do that when you buy it?
Yeah. So when it was originally purchased, they purchased the land and left it under its existing zoning until it would be needed for future development. It was left as agricultural property and leased back to most of the time the original property owners who continued to farm it and do other work there, with the agreement that we had to provide notice if we ever were intending to use it for operational activities. Now it's advantageous to annex it in because we're going through the permitting process to permit the rest of the available space out there. It streamlines that permitting process, so rather than having to have two local siting bodies, one county and one city, it has one body for that, and then reduces the overall cost to do that permitting process. So fewer public meetings, fewer times having consultants come in to go over in detail with any of the boards or commissions or anything on all the development that will happen out there. So it was really to streamline the process. And then the area that we're looking to annex in, some of that is in the next area to be developed. So it only makes sense to us to annex that in now, since we would annex it in once we started building cells there anyway. So.
Got it. Okay. This is pretty common, right? I mean, with landfills across the country. I mean, if you're not completely landlocked, to be able to plan ahead and have some more room to be able to move out is kind of a common practice. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, and within the state, the DNR highly encourages staying contiguous with your landfill rather than having multiple sites, say throughout the county. Trying to expand at your existing site and keep the cells contiguous with each other so that all the infrastructure interconnects and everything. So,
okay. All right, that's helpful to know. Thank you. And I do, I appreciate that there is a great deal of planning that goes into things like this. That you really do have to look ahead to. You just said it, multiple generations. I mean, when you're thinking about this, so I do appreciate that that's the case here. Okay, thanks for the answers to those. All right, any further questions or comments? Okay, thank you, Ken. I think we're done with you. Okay, well, the motion here is to receive and file and adopt this resolution. So, Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Leyendecker.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye. That motion passes 7-0.
Public hearing number 2 is request to rezone 101 Airborne Road by Dubuque Metropolitan Area Solid Waste Agency.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Roussel.
I move to receive and file, and further move that the requirement that a proposed ordinance be considered and voted on for passage at 2 council meetings prior to the meeting at which it is to be finally passed be suspended.
Second by Wethel.
Got a motion by Roussel, second by Wethel. Wallen, come to you, I think, right?
Yes. There we go. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Wally Wernmott, Planning Services Director. The request before you tonight, as you just approved, was annexing the Dubuque Metropolitan Area Solid Waste Agency property into the corporate limits of the city of Dubuque. Concurrently, they're asking to rezone that property to from County R1 Rural Residential, County A1 Agriculture, and County R2 Single Family Residential, and County C1 Conservancy to our city's
HI, which is heavy industrial with conditions. We're going to get this to switch. There you go. The area in question, the yellow dashed line is our current corporate limits of the city of Dubuque. Most of the landfill is already currently zoned HI with conditions. The area that's being annexed in or for the request for rezoning is the black dash line area that you see here on this map. We do notify all property owners within 200 feet of the area to be rezoned. We go for a 200-foot notification boundary as required by our ordinance. So they did receive notices. With regards to the zoning information, like I mentioned before, they're looking at rezoning the property to HI with conditions. And they wanted that they would be consistent with their current existing zoning. So HI allows a lot of different uses in that zoning district. However, they eliminated most of them with the exception of automated gas station, freight transfer facility, resource recovery, recycling center, indoor only, railroad, public and quasi-public utility, including our substations, and then sanitary landfill. And then we have conditional use permit requirements for a wind energy conversion system. And when this came before the Zoning Advisory Commission, it's a conditional rezoning. So there's a memorandum of agreement that strikes all those uses. So it's only listed these permitted uses that would be permitted. And prior to City Council, that needs to be reviewed and approved by the property owner, and they have to sign the memorandum of agreement, and that was done last week. So we actually have the signed agreement for that. So we're in compliance with state law with that. The purpose of the request, as you've discussed before, is they're seeking to rezone to support the future landfill expansion, especially with the permitting process they have to go through. The expansion area is needed for the future sanitary landfill cells, and which is required to facilitate permitting through the Iowa Department of Natural Resources. As we discussed, the landfill capacity, the current landfill has approximately 13 years remaining. With this expansion area, it's estimated that it will have over 190 plus years of capacity, and this helps support long-term regional solid waste management needs. So this is just one step in the process, annexing, get the property rezoned. There are additional future approvals that are required. So I have to go through the Iowa Department of Natural Resources, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, FEMA, and then also our own city development review team process. It's in compliance with our Imagine Dubuque Comprehensive Plan. The proposal supports our long-term waste management goals by extending the local landfill capacity, support pollution mitigation efforts, maintaining regional waste disposal infrastructure, and then also preserving opportunities for future composting and waste reduction initiatives. At that public hearing, we did have some public input. Carissa Trook, who lives at 14847 Lost Canyon Road, spoke at the public hearing in opposition to the request, stating that the proposed landfill will affect the waterway and the value of their property. The Zoning Advisory Commission had quite a discussion with regards to that. They asked the Ken Miller, administrator for the Solid Metropolitan Area Waste Agency, with regards to the potential impacts on the local water system. And Mr. Miller explained that DeMass was consulting with HDR Engineering to prepare their plans and application of the Army Corps of Engineers and the Iowa Department of Natural Resources regarding the relocation of an existing stream channel that goes through the property. He said there is likely to be mitigation, which is going to be required to be off-site. He said that it will construct a new stream channel to handle the capacity of the current one. They've also had Will Nicholson, the environmental engineer of record for HDR, was present at the public hearing, and he got up and spoke. He stated that they're currently working through the early stages of mitigation for the project. He noted that the review and permitting will be required by the Army Corps of Engineers, the Iowa Department of Natural Resources, and the FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency. And then also the commission asked additional questions. They want to receive a better understanding of, the landfill liners that are associated with these massive landfills. And Mr. Nicholson provided a detailed explanation of how the liners work to prevent any leachate from entering the ground, stating it's all collected and transported by sewer pipe to the Water and Resource Recovery Center for treatment. I took that lightly because he went into engineering speak quite a bit. And so, but basically they're capturing with that thick liner and all the leachate and piping that to our current wastewater resource recovery center. So at that meeting, by a vote of 6-0, the Zoning Advisory Commission recommends that the City Council approve the request with conditions for the rezoning, and a simple majority vote is required for your approval.
All right, thank you, Wally. We're in a public hearing to consider the request for this property located at 101 Airboard Road to change zoning here from what it is currently to the HIC heavy industrial zoning with conditions. Do we have anyone here in chambers to address us on this item this evening? Seeing no one here. Anyone virtually? Okay, thank you both. All right, back to us then for discussion. Ms. Russell.
I have a question. I'm not sure if it's for Wally or for Ken. One of the slides listed a number of other bodies that have to make approvals after this, as this goes forward. Do you see any concerns with any of those bodies with our plan?
Right now, we've had really good preliminary discussions with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers about the project, about the need for off-site mitigation for both the wetlands and the waterway itself, the stream bank credits and everything. They've been very favorable in developing a plan for that. And so then we'll submit those plans to Iowa DNR for the stream bank size and everything, but we've had some preliminary discussions there also. So no, we don't really see many issues that way with the approval process. Iowa, like I had mentioned earlier, does kind of promote the idea of growing at your continued site if possible, and this aligns with that plan. So,
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Wethel.
Just to add one piece to Councilmember Roussel's comments, if it's my recollection, this is the next step before we can move on. So when you say there's been only preliminary conversations, it's because we're not able to move forward with the next step until this step is completed. Is that correct?
yeah, we wanted to complete this step first. It's the logical order in order to follow through with the rest of the meetings and permitting requirements and everything, because we'll have to have public hearings related to that in order for the permitting process and all that to move forward. So,
thank you.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Ken. Thank you, Wally. Motion here is to receive and file and waive the 3 readings. So, Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Leindecker.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye. That motion passes 7-0.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Russell.
I move final consideration and passage of the ordinance.
Second by Wethel.
Got a motion by Russell, second by Wethel. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Leindecker.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0.
Public hearing number 3 is Kelhoff Properties LLC petition to vacate the 20-foot alley right-of-way lying between Peru Road, Toledo Street, Excelsior Street, and Walker Street.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Sprank.
I motion that we receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second by Wethel.
Got a motion by Sprank and a second by Wethel. And I heard the S on the end of resolutions
Yes,
there, as there are
resolution.
2. So, Mike.
City Engineer Gus Zahoyas is recommending City Council approval for the vacation and disposal of city interest in the alley right-of-way property described as lots 521A, 522A, 523A, and 524A of North Dubuque in the city of Dubuque through adoption of the enclosed resolutions. The agreed-upon price for the vacation and sale of the 6,000 square feet alley right-of-way area is $8,790. Kelhoff will be responsible for all surveying and platting costs, publication and filing fees. The city will reserve a public utility easement over the entire alley right-of-way area to accommodate any existing and future utilities. The easement will prohibit construction of buildings or other structures. Kelhoff plans to use the vacated area to install utility connections from the 6 residential lots to city utility mains on Peru Road and to construct a driveway with appurtenances. The neighboring property owners have provided formal written consent for the vacation and have waived their right to purchase the portion of the alley adjacent to their property. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
Thank you, Mike. We're in a public hearing to consider a request to Consider vacating petition with Kelhoff Properties LLC for 20 feet of alley right-of-way between Peru Road, Toledo Street, and Excelsior Street and Walker Street. Do we have anyone here to address us on this item? Seeing no one here, no one virtually, back to us for discussion. Seeing and hearing none. All right. Motion here is to receive and file and adopt the resolutions. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Lindecker,
Aye.
Roussel. Aye. Resnick.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0.
Public hearing number 4 is property owners Reese and Blong, Bondo and Hemseth, petition to vacate certain street right-of-ways easements in Julian Addition.
Mr. Mayor. I motion that we receive and file and adopt the resolutions.
Second by Wethel.
Got a motion by Sprank, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. City Engineer Gus Ahoyas is recommending City Council approval of a request from property owners Elaine Reese and Doug Blong of 2501 Harriet Street, Thomas J. and Jean M. Fondell of 2570 Iris Avenue, and Ross G. and Julia Hemseth of 2630 Shiras Avenue for the vacating of certain street right-of-way easements in the Julian Addition in the city of Dubuque. Per the attached vacation petition letter from property owners Reese and Blong, Fondell, and Hemseth, the owners are requesting the city vacate the existing street right-of-way easements so that they can have free and clear use of the land. The areas to be vacated will not affect other adjacent landowners, as Reese and Blong, Fondell, and Hemseth own the property on both sides of the right-of-ways, and the subject right-of-way areas are inaccessible to the neighboring property owners due to extremely steep topography. The city has no plans to open or improve said street and has agreed to vacate the right-of-way easements at no cost. Reese and Blong, Fondell, and Hemseth will be responsible for all costs of publication and filing fees. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
All right, thank you, Mike. Well, we're in a public hearing to consider vacating petition of several property owners for certain street right-of-way easements in Julian Addition. Do we have anyone here in chambers to address us on this item? Seeing no one here, no one virtually. All right, back to us for any discussion. Seeing and hearing none here. All right, motion here is to receive and file and adopt the resolutions. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Lindecker.
Aye.
Roussel. Aye. Resnick.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye, motion passes 7-0.
Public hearing number 5 is North Schmidt Island Collection System Project, contract number 2.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Resnick.
I move to receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second by Wethel.
And a motion by Resnick, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. City Engineer Gus Ahoyas is recommending City Council approve the plans, specifications, form of contracts at estimated cost of $155,000 for the North Schmidt Island Collection System Project, contract number 2, through the adoption of the attached resolution. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
Thank you, Mike. We're in a public hearing to consider North Schmidt Island Collection System Project, contract number 2. Do we have anyone here to address us on this item? Seeing no one here, no one virtually. Back to us for any discussion. No discussion or questions here. Motion here is to receive and file and adopt the resolution. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Lindecker.
Aye.
Roussel. Aye. Resnick.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0.
Public hearing number 6 is Asbury, Carter, and Cheney Traffic Signal Improvement Project.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Russell.
I move to receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second by Wethel.
Motion by Russell, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. City Engineer Gus Ahoyas is recommending City Council approve the plans, specifications, form of contract, and estimated cost of $297,082.25 for the Asbury, Cheney, and Carter Traffic Signal Improvement Project. The Asbury, Cheney, and Carter Traffic Signal Improvement Project will provide for the following: at the intersections of Asbury and Carter, the removal and replacement of signals, installation of ADA compliant sidewalks, removal and replacement of roadway in designated locations, installation of pavement markings. The Asbury and Cheney intersection will need to have new conduit, traffic cabinet foundation, the removal and replacement of existing signals, rewiring of the entire intersection, installation of ADA-compliant sidewalks, removal and replacement of roadway in designated location, and installations of pavement markings. With the installation of the mast arms at both intersections along Asbury Road, the traffic signals will allow for protected left turn movements and then switch to a permissive left turn movement. By allowing both options, making left turns off Asbury at these signals will be easier and safer. The signals will only be connected back to the Traffic Operations Center via fiber for control and coordination of the signals. By coordinating the signals will operate more efficiently. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
Thank you, Mike. We're in a public hearing to consider the Asbury, Carter, and Cheney Traffic Signal Improvement Project. Do we have anyone here to address us on this item? Seeing no one here and no one virtually, back to us for any discussion on this one. Mr. Resnick.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. Mr. Sohoyas, I was wondering about the particular Asbury and Cheney intersection. It's pretty small. We have the buses. I mean, I don't know much more what you can do, but is that planned to be widened at all, or is the road itself going to be changed in any way? It's just kind of an awkward intersection. I know because I'm there all the time, and buses and large vehicles heading along Asbury and turning right on Cheney. It's pretty tricky. Is there any expansion of the road planned?
Gus Sohoy, City Engineer. Traffic Engineer Dwayne Richter is here, and he can answer that question for you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Right now, there's no current plans to change the width of the roadway there. It's really tight within the right-of-way, so there's not much room to expand and make the roads wider at that point. I know we've looked at some parking and removed some parking along Cheney as well, so that's about the best we can do at this point.
Okay, so you have looked at it and thought about it.
Yeah.
And the way that the light changes and the timing, is that going to change too with the upgrade in technology? Because you can go and be the only car there for about a minute before the light changes. And I just, some intersections the light change pretty quick, like the new one on Loris and North Grandview. That's a fast light. You get there and it changes. Is it going to be that way, or is it going to be the old system?
It's going to be a newer detection there. It's going to use the microwave detection, so that's going to allow that to cycle quicker. That signal right now uses the loops that are in the roadway, and so it's really the vehicles that pull over it, the inductance causes the lights to switch, so you got to pull up on the side, and you got to be right at the intersection for it to detect you. With the newer detection, it can actually sense you a little bit further away from the intersection and follow you up to the intersection, so it should be a little more reactive as vehicles pull up to that intersection.
Thank you. And it's quite a distance between Cheney and Carter. There's no, you're not going to try and time that so that traffic can go both ways?
I am going to try and time those two.
You are?
They're going to be tied back with a fiber network, so they'll be coming back to the Traffic Operations Center, so I can actually time those two and try and coordinate those during peak times. In the evening, that would go free, and then it would be more reactive at that time. But to try and cover morning AM peaks, PM peaks, yes, I tried to coordinate those two intersections and time them together.
Well, great, because the timing systems in Dubuque are really great. I mean, they really save a lot on fuel, just waiting at lights and things. And so I really like our system here, so thank you for your help with that. It'll be interesting to see how you're going to do this, because it's so far away from each other. Is it going to favor the people going into downtown or out to Asbury? You have a choice there.
Probably depends. Sometimes in the morning, you're going to have more flow probably downtown, so I'm going to try and coordinate it more downtown. And then in the evening, it'll probably be more towards heading out towards Asbury, Northwest Arterial.
All right, great. Well, thank you for your answers. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Russell?
I have a question for you while you're up here. I've had residents talk to me about the parking right there at that intersection. Did you say something about that it's kind of a blind or a problem?
Yeah, right at that intersection, right at Cheney, there was some parking right next to the intersection, and that, I think, has been worked on by Justine in the past, so I think they eliminated 1 or 2 parking spots there, if I remember right.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I just want to say thanks to the engineering team. I know this has been, this whole project has been something for a while now, just having, especially at Carter right there, having to work with some things. And I know there's been some pains that have gone along with it. So I'm glad to see that we're moving forward and have some good plans here. It sounds like we really do. So I appreciate that. All right. Motion here is to receive and file and adopt the resolution. So Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Leindecker.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0.
Public hearing number 7 is the Southwest Arterial US 52 ITS Corridor Project.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Russell?
I move to receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second.
Got a motion by Russell, second by Resnick. Mike, please.
Thank you. City Engineer Gus Sahoyas is recommending City Council approve the plans, specifications, form of contract, and estimated cost of $1,791,400 for the Southwest Arterial US 52 ITS Corridor Project through adoption of the attached resolution. The Southwest Arterial US 52 ITS Corridor Project will provide for the installation and integration of intelligent transportation system infrastructure throughout the Southwest Arterial Corridor. Improvements are anticipated to include fiber optic communications infrastructure, traffic monitoring cameras, communications equipment, dynamic message signs, associated electrical and network infrastructure, conduit systems, handholds, cabinets, poles, and other related ITS technologies intended to improve traffic operations, incident management, traveler information, and corridor efficiency. The project includes a base bid and 2 alternative bid packages that provide flexibility in construction implementation depending on final project costs and available funding. The project generally consists of installation of fiber optic communication systems, conduit and microduct infrastructure, traffic monitoring equipment, ITS field devices, and associated electrical and communication infrastructure throughout the corridor. The project will improve the city's ability to monitor and manage traffic operations along the Southwest Arterial Corridor and provide enhanced communications and coordination between field devices and the city's Traffic Operations Center. The improvements are also intended to support regional mobility, traveler information, incident response, and future smart transportation initiatives. The proposed funding for the project is summarized in the following table, and I would say the highlight of that is the total project beyond construction, including design and everything else, is about $2.6 million, and $1.9 million that is being funded by the Iowa Department of Transportation. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
Thank you, Mike. We're in a public hearing to consider the Southwest Arterial ITS Corridor Project. Do we have anyone here in chambers to address us on this item? Seeing nobody here? Nobody virtually? All right, back to us for discussion. Mr. Resnick.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. In Mr. Van Milligan's memo, I didn't hear anything about stoplights. So I just wanted to, as of now, are we planning for frontage roads at all as we get development along Southwest Arterial? Or how do we plan to perhaps adjust to perhaps a large shopping facility or other type of facility that has a lot of residents going there as customers or anything else? I'm just hoping to avoid stoplights.
Gus Sahoy, city engineer, there's no plans at all. In fact, when the agreement was with the DOT, there was not going to be any stoplights along the whole corridor at all. So there's no access at all to that except for the existing intersections. I think there's no plan at all for any stoplights.
So of course, we're hoping for development. And are
North
there
Cascade Road intersection, possibly, sure.
Okay, so.
Or they have the interchange already.
All right, so with that, we don't need a stoplight for that.
Correct.
And you don't anticipate frontage road necessity either?
Not at all.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other questions or discussion? Okay. Well, motion here, thank you, Gus. Motion here is to receive and file and adopt the resolution. So Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Leindecker,
Aye.
Roussel,
Aye.
Resnick,
Aye.
Sprank,
Aye.
Staver,
Aye.
Wethel,
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0.
And the last public hearing for tonight is public hearing number 8, the private lead service line replacement pilot program phase 2.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Sprank.
I motion that we receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second.
Motion by Sprank, second by Roussel. Mike, please.
Thank you. Water Department Director Chris Lester is recommending City Council adopt the resolution approving the plans, specifications, form of contract, an estimated cost of $3,320,000 for the private lead service line replacement pilot program phase 2. Due to the timing of the project, the funding for this project will be subject to the first budget amendment in fiscal year 2027. The engineer's construction cost estimate is $3,320,000, of which $2,720,000 is SRF eligible and loan forgiveness eligible at 49%, and 60% is not SRF eligible. The engineer's construction cost estimate is based on completing the entire pool of 210 sites included in the project scope. The bidding documents and contracts prepared for the project include limitations on project scope based on available budget from the associated sources. The engineer and water department will monitor the construction project and end all work under the contract at or near the designated maximum funding amount for construction activities, regardless of completion of work at all indicated sites. The limits are $1.7 million for SRF eligible items and $500,000 for not SRF eligible items. All items are therefore within anticipated budget amounts attributed to Phase 2. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
Thank you, Mike. We are in a public hearing to consider private lead service line replacement pilot program phase 2. Do we have anyone here in chambers to address us on this item? Seeing nobody here, nobody virtually. Back to us for any discussion then. Mr. Resnick.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Van Milligan, the $500,000, is that tax revenue from Dubuque residents?
Chris Lester, the Water Department Director, is here tonight, and he'll be answering your questions about the project.
Great, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Chris Lester, Water Department Director. The question about the $500,000 for that comes from water construction funds, so that's from the revenue from water rates.
Okay, so citizens of Dubuque are paying $500,000 through their water fees?
Correct.
Okay, so could you talk about the program in general? It was originally, we were going to have, if you could talk about the program, it was going to be funded by, the state. Is it the state or the federal government who gave that first gush of funding?
Sure. So we are using the bipartisan infrastructure law funds for this. What that does is it provides for 49% of eligible construction costs to be forgiven. In the onset of this project, the DNR was hoping to increase that to about 90% forgivable. And so the project scope initially started off to be significantly larger than what it is now. As we learned through discussions with the DNR, they were rolling that program out kind of right ahead of the EPA as they were kind of dissecting all the information from this. It was determined that 49% forgivable was the max that the state of Iowa was going to allow for this program, so we've reduced our scope essentially based on the 10% that we had originally budgeted from the original project that we thought would be, when we were under the impression that the 90% would be forgivable. So essentially the 10% that we originally budgeted is now the 51% that we are essentially paying with the water rates.
I see. So did we adjust our figure of $500,000 at all with these adjustments? Did we have to increase what we were going to include in those costs?
Yes, because the program is only for eligible, so it's strictly for service line replacement. So per code, anytime that you do work on a service line, any sort of replacement, you have to bring the inside of the home, the interior plumbing up to code as well. So that would be like a check valve, an expansion tank, and whatnot for the interior plumbing, and that is not included with the 49% forgivable. So we can't use those funds for that. So that needs to be paid for separately aside from those. And so we use the construction funds for the interior plumbing upgrades.
Oh, okay, so I guess I'm just wondering, is this program changed? We've had a lot of participation, a medium amount or little participation in the program so far?
There's a tremendous amount of interest in the program, but we're limited by the funding that's available, essentially. So the original scope was 575 homes. That's what we're looking at for these 3 phases. Phase 1, we replaced 133 partial and full service lines. For phase 2, we're looking at approximately 210. Like the memo said, that depends on what we get back for bid. The costs we have set at $500,000 for the construction funds, and then I believe it was 1.7 for the SRF. That way we stay within our allotted budget. So that could be reduced from the 210. It could be a little bit higher depending on how the bids come back in, but we will stay within that program budget.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, and there won't be a phase 3?
There will be a phase 3 yet that will kick off this fall, and then construction for that will be next year. So
Okay.
Yes.
I guess that's the information I need. I didn't know it was, I thought this was going to be more of a boon for us here in Dubuque, that more was going to be paid for. You say it changed from 90% to 49 or something?
Yes, the DNR initially was hoping that they could find additional funds to take it from the original 49% up to 90. That was not the case, and then the program was moved forward at 49%. So that's where we're at today, is 49% forgivable on eligible construction costs.
All right, thank you for the information. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Wethel.
If I recall, please correct me or give me some more information on this. When we have talked about this before, this is somewhat of an unfunded mandate because by a certain year we are required. Is that correct?
Yes, because of the lead and copper rule improvements, we have until 2037. It's mandated by the EPA that we replace all of the lead service lines in town. That includes any galvanized pipe that is downstream from lead. So that is, right now, there's funding available, but it certainly won't be enough to fund the replacement of all the lead service lines in town. The EPA knows that. So they are kind of passing that on to the utilities, essentially. Even though these service lines are not owned by the city of Dubuque, they're not technically under our control. That will fall to the city of Dubuque to see that those are all completed within that 10-year period.
Just one point of clarification, though. His answer is correct. It's be the responsibility of the city of Dubuque to make sure they're replaced, but it'll be the financial responsibility of each individual homeowner. So the city won't have the financial responsibility by the federal rules, just the responsibility to make sure it happens. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I apologize for any miscommunication there.
Thank you.
This is also, I think, a good time to remind everybody that we treat the water so lead does not leach off of the pipes that are currently leading to some people's homes, correct?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. Saber.
So I know during phase 1, some of the homes didn't get done because the money kind of ran out. So are you guys, in phase 2, are you picking up where you left off in phase 1? So the folks that thought they were getting theirs done in phase 1, will they get done in phase 2 now, or?
Yes, the carryovers from phase 1 will be shifted into phase 2, yes.
And then when you start phase 3, I guess, because I think the cost is overrun quite a bit than what anybody anticipated per home. What happens if you're short on phase 3 for the people that have been contacted and are found eligible or participated in this program?
So the question, Mr. Staver, is essentially if we get to the end of the 3 phases and we're short of the total, like say the 575, then what happens next? Is that your question?
Yeah.
At that point, that's all the funding that we applied for through the bipartisan infrastructure law. So we continue to look for funds, if there's any forgivable funding, if there's any grant funding available. I know that we have organizations we work with that are petitioning for additional funds, like through the Iowa Association of Water Utilities or agencies, AWWA. They provide feedback to the EPA. So that's taking place on that end. Right now, we still have, I think until 2027 to finalize our plan for replacement. There's been some discussions here internally about what that's going to look like. I think at the budget hearing, we talked about potentially looking at assessments as an option, so to the homeowner. But for right now, after the phase 3, that program will essentially be complete unless there's more funding that's made available at that time.
Have you contacted all 500 participants, or are there unnamed participants that don't even know that potentially they could have or couldn't have?
So if you're in phase 2 and you're going to be part of the program, you've been contacted. It's a lengthy process. We have to work with the Iowa DNR. They perform environmental reviews on each home. They don't do a blanket, like they can't do all of Census Tract 5. You have to give them the specific addresses for each property you're looking to do. And so we submitted that list probably close to 10 months ago. It's such a long and kind of painful process to go through. But those addresses are submitted, so phase 2 is definitely set. Phase 3 addresses, I don't think those are confirmed yet, but that'll be based on as we continue to get more interest in the program and who we're working with to do the verifications in home and kind of the interest level. But the interest level is certainly there.
So are you going to pull back the scope of the people that you were going to contact, since it looks like you're getting less done for the money?
Well, right now we're still looking to, because part of the lead and copper rule improvements is that we have to maintain our online inventory and we have to replace 10% of the lines every year as part of that 10-year program, or the 10-year deadline. We are encouraging people to still sign up for the program, to contact us. We're doing in-home verifications because we have to update that inventory regularly, and we have to reduce the unknowns that we have in the system. If our tap cards don't have a real good history, or if there be maybe a loss of a record or something like that, we mark those as unknown, and the EPA does mandate that we have to reduce those unknowns by either contacting the customer, getting a picture from the customer, scheduling an appointment with the customer to get in their basement and take a look and get our eyes on it essentially ourselves to verify that. So,
are the customers made aware that potentially they may not get done?
As far as this program?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're very honest with people that, we have a certain amount of dollars, this is the number of homes. I certainly hope there's no promises being made or people interpret that as a promise that's going to be made, but because the reality is we have over 3,000 lead service lines, lead or partial or galvanized, and the funding to do, approximately 440 or so, 430. So.
Okay, yeah. I'm just concerned because some folks have reached out, are disappointed or just questioning whether they're getting done or not. On phase 1, sounds like they will get done.
Yes.
Phase 2 sounds like pretty high potential to get completely done. And phase 3 is really the only people that are probably potentially wouldn't get done.
Yeah,
Does that sound
potentially.
accurate?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, Mr. Resnick, go ahead.
Thank you, very quickly. So I guess I'm confused because I get confused, but I'm not sure if this is required of the city, which it sounds like it is, and yet, was this part of goals and priorities? Was this program there to be prioritized? Do you remember, Mr. Van Melgen?
I don't think it was. And when you say mandatory, so the replacement by, I think it's 2037, is mandatory, that all of them are replaced. But this 3-year program where we provide the financing to do them, that's voluntary. So as Chris said, there's over 3,000 homes. So we opened it up, said anybody in these particular census tracts, it had to be the low-income census tracts by the federal rules, interested in participating in this voluntary program to have your lead service line replaced at no cost to you. And so that's the people who signed up for this. But when this is over, there's going to end up being a mandatory program, not because we think it's needed, because quite frankly, we don't, because as was said, we treat the water so it doesn't leach lead anyway, but because the federal government is requiring us to do a mandatory program after this voluntary program is over. And in the mandatory program, it won't be free to the property owners. In those cases, they'll have to pay for the replacements. Now, we believe we'll be able to help them finance it through low-interest SRF loans, assuming the federal government continues with that program, which it's been in existence for a very, very long time, just the access to low-interest money. So, yeah, we think we'll be able to help them finance it on a long-term basis. And as Chris said, potentially do an accessible project where they can just pay for it over many years at low interest on their property taxes, but in fact, it will be at their cost.
All right, well, thank you. It sounds like you really feel that it's prudent to do this phase 2 and keep the program rolling. And it's something that keeps changing, perhaps.
Well, the beauty is, since under the previous administration, we just did get approved for this program where even though we have to pay for it, the homes that are signing up, 49% of the eligible costs are forgivable. So about half of it, we don't have to pay back to the federal government. So it is a good program, but it's just they discontinued it. So we were applied, did get a 3-year allocation, and so I think we should continue with the 3-year process.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You know, this is an example of just one of the things that just frustrates you to no end. I mean, and an example of why the work that we do when we go and do the chamber flying that we're going to do here in a couple of weeks is so important, to be able to make sure that the partnership with our federal government is strong, and that means both Congress and the executive branch and the departments that create the rules like this. Because this is an example of the federal government creating a completely unrealistic rule with a completely unrealistic timeline and no funding attached to it up front. The only funding that was attached to it came with the bipartisan infrastructure law, and then that funding was pulled away in some regards, and we weren't able to access all these things. So now we're asking good questions of our team trying to figure this out on our end. This shouldn't be our job. This shouldn't be us trying to figure this out. This should be the federal government having a plan for how we want to do this. If this is that important, then let's come up with a plan at the federal level on how to get it done and understand how it works when cities actually have to do these things. It's just incredibly frustrating because we talk about this every single time that we do this, and we're going through all these phases and trying to do it and trying to make sure people understand what's going on, and then we get blamed for doing things too slowly or not getting it done enough. And this is just it's a wild mandate, and it frankly needs to change. This timeline needs to change, and we need to keep advocating for that. It's a completely unrealistic timeline for the United States, and I think we need to keep working to fix that. In the meantime, I do think this is a step we need to take and move forward, because there's nothing bad about removing lead lines and replacing them with modern technology. We should absolutely do that. But people's water is safe. It's been safe for years in the city of Dubuque, and we're going to continue to do the same things we've done to keep it safe from a lead standpoint. And then in the meantime, I do hope that we can have some funding streams that will come our way to be able to get this done for people. Because otherwise, we are going to have to do things like make it a priority out of the blue just to make sure that it gets done. It's not something we should have to worry about in that level, but we might. So in the meantime, I appreciate the work that you're doing, Chris. I think that your team is doing an incredible job of trying to be as transparent as possible, reach out to people, get the pipes out of the ground, put new ones in, do all the other things you got to do inside the house. There's a lot of work. So thank you for doing it. I do think we got to keep moving it forward, but I also think that even more importantly, we need to continue to talk to our members of Congress and to the folks at the federal level to make sure that this can change, because it needs to. It's something that needs to be adjusted. Okay. Thank you for letting me say those words there. Chris, thank you very much for your time and helping us with this. So the motion here is to receive and file and adopt the resolution. So Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Leyendecker?
Aye.
Roussel?
Aye.
Resnick?
Aye.
Sprank?
Aye.
Staver?
Aye.
Wethel?
Aye.
Kavanaugh?
Aye. The motion passes 7-0.
Moving on to public input. At this time, anyone participating in the meeting may address the city council on an action item from tonight's agenda or on matters under the control of the city council. For all in-person attendees, please approach the podium and state your name and address when the mayor asks if there is any in-person input. For all remote attendees, please enter your name and address in the chat function or state your name and address over the phone when the mayor asks if there is any virtual input. If more than one participant would like to speak, then city staff will determine the speaking order of the participants. Individual remarks are limited to 5 minutes and the overall public input is limited to 30 minutes. Under Iowa Open Meetings Law, the City Council can take no formal action on comments given during public input or that do not relate to the action items on tonight's agenda. Public input has been entered by Susan Price and is seated and is a copy at everyone's seats.
Thank you very much, Trish. All right, we welcome any public input this evening.
Mr. Mayor, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Dan McDonald. I'm with Greater Dubuque Development located at 900 Jackson Street. I'm joined by Dan Rivas, who will have a few comments as well, and he can identify himself and his address. We're here tonight, and I'll let Dan speak for himself, but we're here tonight to respectfully request consideration and approval of the removal of 2327 from the Broadway Neighborhood Conservation District. And I know Dan has specifics, but before we do that, there's a couple things that popped up even tonight that I just want to make note of. You know, earlier tonight, we watched you folks have citizens that are applying for commissions on their own time. They have day jobs, they have lives, they have families, and yet our own friends and neighbors take the time and care to join these commissions without pay or any fanfare, a lot of times, a lot of hours. And so tonight, when I wanted to just say before we get started, the city staff, the Historic Preservation Commission, these are folks that care a great deal. They take the time and care to listen. They're very good at what they do. And so for the record, just want to say thank you to those folks. They've been exceptional throughout this process. And the second thing too is, before we make comments, is that when it pertains to this specific action item, which is action item number 1, I believe Mr. Rivas, the building owner, will agree, and we've talked about it. There has been no debate, privately or otherwise, that this particular, this building located at 2327 was historic. No debate whatsoever. But, you know, that was 156 years ago. That was many owners ago. It was many paint jobs ago. It was many windows ago, many signs, many things. And we're up here tonight, and I'll let Dan explain his project, but the big thing we want to convey, at least I would, is that working with Dan, he's a professional. He too is caring, he's responsible, he does good work. And I think it's important from a broad perspective to just, again, respectfully request something we need to remember, and that's context matters, and one size fits none. And context is really important in this case because in 1872, there was not a convenience store selling gasoline and Gatorade directly to the east. There was not a used car lot directly to the north. And I'm pretty sure there wasn't a Dollar Tree to the south just down the block. That's a very respectful way of saying the neighborhood has changed. Dan has done good work at his existing location. I've let him describe the building condition and some of the reasons why he's asking and what he wants to do. But again, for the record, your staff, your commission, high fives to them. They do a great job. They've been helpful, but we respectfully request that you consider and approve removal of 2327 from the Broadway Street Neighborhood Conservation District. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Rivas.
Good evening, everybody. As I've discussed in the last meeting that we were here for, I'm not about just getting rid of buildings. I like history. Like I said, I remodeled this 1911 brick farmhouse myself, and I think history's great. Two things. I said, you know, I don't know how to start this, but my son's gonna be taking over our business. I'm passing this family generation down to my son, and I'm still gonna be involved. But anyway, you know, we've been down there 31 years at the 2311 Central location and serving the downtown and the city of Dubuque residents for a lot of years. Actually, Big A started in 1979. But we're busy and we're growing and we need to add some staff and we need the room. We do a lot of commercial fleet vehicle work for like businesses that are downtown, you know, like your Geezy Sheet Metals and A&G Electric, and these guys got these big vehicles. And our building was a Tegler dealership, so the ceilings aren't real tall on it. My guys can't get underneath the vehicle without crouching down to the ground to work on them because I can't get them high enough. And we're busy with a lot of those vehicles anymore. So for me to better serve the community and take care of my employees, which is 14 families, and to keep growing like we're growing, I need to expand my building. I need bigger bays. I need to make some taller bays, and that's going to eat up my parking lot, which I don't have enough room for now hardly. So removal of this building from the Historic Commission, which is deteriorated past the point of rebuilding. You know, like I said, we've had, you know, John Groner drove around it. Dan Davis worked on it for years, Davis Construction. It's beyond the point of repair. You can never, you can't put the money into it to get it back out of it any way, shape, or form. So for me to have that room for parking will allow us to expand our business, add some employees, add to the economic of downtown and the looks. I spent a lot of time and pride making our business and our building look good, and to remove that building would be a good thing. It'll allow us to grow, communicate more to the city economically, and half my employees live downtown. You know, so it's and I like downtown. I don't want to leave downtown. I like it down there, but in order for me to keep going the way we're going, I need the room. So I don't know much more I can tell you than that, but I mean, it's not sugarcoating it. The building's beyond repair. Chris has gone through it. Danny knows the building. It's been neglected for 75 years, and it can't be rejuvenated anyway. You know, and I'm not, like I said, I'm not a guy that likes to tear stuff down. If it was fixable, I'm all for it, and I would do it, but it's not. You know, it's not. You can't throw good money after bad money. You know, we're all taught that. So, leave it at that.
Thank you, Dan, for your comments. And thank you, Dan, for your comments as well. Okay. We'll get to questions during the action item. We may have some for you, so yeah. Thank you, though. All right, do we have any other public input? Okay, seeing none here. Anything else virtually? No. Okay. All right, then. We can go on to action items, please.
Action item number 1 is Big A Auto request to alter the Broadway Street Neighborhood Conservation District boundaries.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Resnick.
I move to receive and file and discuss among the council.
Second by Leindecker.
All right, got a motion by Resnick and a second by Leindecker. All right, do we have anything from you, Mike?
Wally has a
Wally has
presentation.
something. Okay, please, Wally.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Wally Wernemont, Planning Services Director. Once again, this is the request for Big A Auto to alter the Broadway Street Neighborhood Conservation District boundaries. And I have a presentation I just want to put together real quick to kind of explain some discussions with regards to economic non-viability, what's altering the Conservation District boundaries, some background information, and the recommendation from the Historic Preservation Commission. What you see before you here is the actual boundaries of the Broadway Street Neighborhood Conservation District map. The property in question is the area that's shaded in yellow. The adjoining property was recently removed by the City Council action a couple of council meetings ago, so that boundary has been adjusted for that. This is some photos of the existing property, or just taken recently with regards to multiple facades of the property. That's a question that would be like to be removed from the Conservation District boundary. And then on April 18th, 2024, the Historic Preservation Commission approved removal of the rear addition of the property, noting that the demolition of the rear portion of the structure would not detract from the historic front portion of the structure. And in this drawing, these photos were taken back in 2024. We kind of highlighted those areas in yellow of what was approved by the Historic Preservation Commission for removal based on the condition and the deterioration of those portions of the building. This is just an aerial photo showing the Central Avenue block. The properties in question are outlined in red. Once again, that larger L-shaped one has already been removed from the Conservation District through previous council action. And then the remaining property is the building that's located in the red square box. This is just showing the setbacks in the neighborhood. Everything's pretty much built up to the property line, including the proposed building and then also the former key line structure to the right. As you see, there's kind of a step back from the Big A development that was occurred there to the left of the property. So why is economic non-viability not being considered? This was brought up by a couple council member or individuals, Historic Preservation Commission. I did receive some questions from the media with regards to that too. Mr. Rivas was provided the option to either apply for a certificate of economic non-viability or alter the Broadway Street Neighborhood Conservation District. And Mr. Rivas chose the request to alter the Broad Street Neighborhood Conservation District. Both of these have very different review processes. So the process for establishment or expansion of the alteration district, any person may request to the City Council establish or expand the conservation district. So Mr. Rivas submitted a letter to City Clerk that started that action, which brought it before you at the City Council. With regards to having 4 different options. You can approve or deny that request at the next City Council meeting after receiving that letter, set the request for consideration at a subsequent meeting, or set the request for a public hearing, or refer the request to the Historic Preservation Commission for a recommendation. That latter one, number D, is what you approved at the last City Council meeting. So that started the chain of events. So at its next regular meeting, if the referral is made by the City Council, the Historic Preservation Commission will review the request and make a recommendation to the City Council to either approve or deny the request, or they could table it and request some additional information for a specified period not to exceed 60 days. There's a whole bunch of other information in there, that paragraph that just talks about actions by the commission. The one thing I just wanted to highlight is shown here in yellow, in determining whether to recommend approval or denial of the request. The commission will consider whether the proposed conservation district or the expansion or alteration of the district has historic or architectural significance to the community. So that's the only role that the Historic Preservation Commission has with the modification of the boundary. They need to look at the building if the building is architecturally historically significant. That doesn't get into the level of economic non-viability, which they're actually looking at the physical structure of the building and whether it's feasible to make a reasonable return on the property. Included in your packet is the letter of recommendation that came from the Historic Preservation Commission, and by a vote of 5-0, the Commission recommends the City Council that the building at 2320 Central Avenue be kept in the Broadway Neighborhood Conservation District, and that's based on the building being National Register criteria A and C, as noted in all the surveys that they have in the National Register program staff of the State Historic Preservation Office. And between our City Council meeting and when we met last, we actually reached out to the State Historic Preservation Office. Chris Happ-Olson, our Historic Preservation staff person, contacted the National Register program staff, and they provided the email, and they concurred that the property is National Register eligible under criteria A for its association with the Dubuque Historic Brewing and Bottling Industries. They said additional research is recommended to confirm the property's local significance under criterion C, which is architecture. This is a photograph of that building in the 19th century of what it looked like. And there's just a comparison of the existing structure to the right and then the structure as it was shown in pre-1900. The next step in the process is at the next regular meeting, which is this meeting, following the receipt of the recommendation of the Commission, the City Council will approve or deny the request or refer the nomination back to the Commission for modification. And once again, there is no set criteria. Keeps bouncing back and forth on me. There is no set criteria for the city council to follow in making a determination of the alteration of conservation district. This allows city council to weigh in multiple factors when determining whether to approve the alteration of the district boundaries. Now, I included a pretty detailed memo at the last city council meeting, identified several criteria you could look into. I've done that with multiple other properties when we're looking at removing structures from the conservation district boundaries. Just to touch on some of them, once again, what is the conservation district's purpose? It's there to protect historically and architecturally significant areas, preserve their economic, social, and affordable housing value. We talk about neighborhood character, its relationship to the street, walkability, and the cohesion of the neighborhood. We talk about mixed-use building benefits, commercial use in the existing structure. There are some residential units up above, which I believe some are being vacated when Mr. Rivas told us at the Historic Preservation Commission. Once again, mixed use supports walkability, neighborhood services, and economic activity, and it helps encourage use and preservation of older buildings. We also talk about housing preservation. There's 4 existing apartments in the building, which contribute to the city's limited housing supply. It's also consistent with the Imagine Dubuque 2037 goals to maintain affordable and diverse housing options, reuse of existing housing, maximize public infrastructure investments, and reduces pressures for outward growth for the existing structure, infill in our community. And then there are alternatives to demolition. The property is on a separate lot and can be sold for rehabilitation or continued use. In addition, there's quite a few things going on in the Upper Central Avenue corridor. There are some plans that emphasize reinvestment, adaptive reuse, mixed-use development. We have some recent projects. The Union Pharmacy building is being rehabilitated. We have Convivium that's done some property, the Holy Ghost property, several as we move down Central Avenue with regards to redevelopment. And then planned infrastructure improvements support a connected, vibrant, walkable corridor. Now, there's also potential benefits of demolition and business expansion, like Mr. Rivas was indicated. Business growth and investment allows the existing local business to expand operations. The economic development may generate additional employment opportunities, increase business activity, contribute to the local tax base. Also, operation efficiency, just like Mr. Rivas indicated. Expansion may provide a needed space for equipment, storage, parking, customer service, or workflow improvements that can be accommodated within the existing site. And then also overall potential site enhancements, redevelopment could improve accessibility, circulation, landscaping, lighting, and other site amenities. And also support for existing employer. Expansion may help retain established business within the corridor rather than prompting relocation elsewhere. So there's a lot of things for you guys to weigh on when you look at the options with regards to altering the conservation district boundaries. If this were to come tonight, if you make a decision to approve it, you adopt the ordinance that goes into place, and the property is then carved out of the conservation district. If you were to deny the request tonight, Mr. Rivas' option would be to go back to the Historic Preservation Commission for economic non-viability. That's where they look at the physical structure of the building, identify if there is a reasonable economic return with regards to the property, and then go through that entire separate process, which is a little bit different from what was before you tonight. So that's all I have, unless you guys have any questions.
All right, thank you, Wally. Appreciate it. Let's have discussion.
Mr. Mayor, well, first of all, I appreciate that the Historic Commission is doing what we asked it to do, which is to point out that there is some historic significance to this property. Right now, of course, we are emphasizing business support on Central and White Corridor. And we've got a condition report by the owner. It's very poor, corroborated by our own Mr. Staver. The City Council included this property in the Conservation District, and the City Council can remove it from the Conservation District. And I think that, to me, it's an easy choice that this isolated, dilapidated property standing in the way of business development should be removed. So no questions there, but that's where my mind is right now. I would like to hear from other council members. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Spring.
Thank you. I know it's never fun to tear down an old building. And yes, this building had some character, but my biggest concern is if we make the owner keep the building, he has approval to demo the back half. If there's a 6-inch separation going on in that wall, I just have a feeling that rest of that back wall is just going to fall down with it. And then he's going to have a big exposed building that's going to have way more problems. And we're almost forcing him to save it. And we're trying not to, to kind of piggyback off of Mr. Resnick of the idea of we want expansion on Central Avenue. I hate to lose the building, but I also want to keep a good business that's been good to the neighborhood. So I would definitely be approving this if we get to that point, because it just makes sense to me. Sometimes we got to lose something to gain something else. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spray. Ms. Russell?
I find it a little frustrating that it's come to us as, should we remove this building from the district? Instead of, are we approving the demolition of this building? Which is really, I think, what we're being asked to do. And so we have this historic preservation district. We have identified the fact that this is a historic building. And when the person had the choice of making the presentation to the commission, it would have been simpler had they been upfront and said, I'm planning to tear this, I want to tear this down. How can I, what do I need to do? Instead of just removing it from the district and then, oh yeah, and after we do that, then we're going to tear it down. Because I think the way it's presented to me is that we have a district, we have a historic building, and there's no question that it's historic. I'm having a hard time with that piece of it. I truly understand business development, that businesses want to expand, they want to move forward. I can certainly appreciate that. But this is challenging. This is such a challenging decision. I want to hear more from others.
Thanks, Ms. Russell. Ms. Wethel first, then Mr. Staver.
I think I'd like to piggyback off of what Councilmember Roussel stated, which is that this is a process that maybe we need to reflect on. First of all, I think that if a property is within a historical conservation district or preservation district, that rather than having the option to come to council, it would expedite the process if we had the property go directly to the Historic Preservation Commission. I think right now we're offering this step that slows the progress of the decision. And so revisiting the process to me might make the most sense in reflection of where this property has gone. I guess the word I think is frustration, because my hope was to learn more about economic non-viability. I understand old homes. My home was built in 1901. I understand that there is an assessment process that formally can be done. We have a number of great professionals in our community that do that go into a building, that they assess the building, they then report the economic viability or non-viability. That process to me is what I guess I was hoping that we would receive more information on, because it would make the decision more crisp and clear for me. And so I think in the future, just if this were to be brought at a different property, at a different time, whether it's a year from now or 5 years from now, I think the discussion of economic viability or non-viability is an important one to have when we're looking at our historic structures. I also understand the importance of the highest and best use of a property as it relates to development cost and renovation cost. And so I don't deny the cost itself, even if Mr. Rivas was interested in preserving this building, the cost associated with that preservation and development without considerable dollars. And that is why it is so important that we have historic tax credits at the state level, that we continue to advocate as Dubuquers that historic tax credits are just crucial to redevelopment. And I wish that the path to redevelopment was seen as more important by our state and federal partners. And I think there's areas of our country that this doesn't speak to them the way it speaks to me, I'll just say. I wish that it did, because I think that that prioritization would make decisions like this easier for people who own these properties, to try and preserve them if they were able. So I too would appreciate just hearing from one another. I've done a lot of reading to try and educate myself on historic preservation since I've been on council. And every decision is so different. Every property is different. Every history of a property is different. And without question, we have incredible professionals who are passionate on our Historic Preservation Commission that I respect deeply. But I think in concert with this conversation, we must also discuss our process moving forward. That's all for now.
Thank you. Mr. Staver, go ahead.
Well, I would just like to say, you know, I think the process is good. I think, you know, I think there could be some work done to it. I think this is, you know, kind of the fork of the process. This is one of the processes to get this done. I think, you know, like what you were just saying, it's each individual property has a unique story, and you know, I think the big historic part of this property is its past use being a brewery. I mean, that's part of our culture here. That's, you know, part of the narrative, let's say. Unfortunately, you know, there's been some major alterations to the building through the years. The only really significant, in my mind, historic piece left is maybe the very storefront pillar part of it. The rest of it's just been, you know, unfortunately patched and patched and patched and patched to the point where there's nothing left to patch. Once that back half comes off, I mean, there is, I think, some real risk of what's going to happen to the back wall. You know, there was a third story. Like I said, when I was up in the attic, you could see the tops of the walls just literally knocked off, you know, just jagged brick, you know. You know, that's what they did at the time. You know, I'm not criticizing. I mean, there's, on top of all of that, I love breweries. I mean, I'm one of the bigger brewery collectors around. You know, this isn't easy for me either in any shape or form. I mean, I love history, I love breweries, I love the past, but at some point you have to just be objective and look at what's reality, you know. There isn't much good use, and the cost to bring it back to good use would be tremendous. The economic viability portion of it would be a huge delay. That in itself is very costly and time consuming. To your point about historic tax credits, you know, I wish, you know, the pathway to get them was much, much, much easier, and we could save a lot more buildings that way rather than watch them waste in front of our eyes. This one's been wasting away for way too long. You know, fortunately, you know, we have a thriving business, and there's no other supporting buildings around that are in context with it either. I mean, it's just, there's so many things going, in my opinion, exactly the direction I think it should go, which is to be pulled out of the district. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Mr. Leinecker.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, thank you. And I concur with Councilmember Resnick, Sprank, and Staver, and I don't necessarily know if I have anything new to say. However, just kind of reinforce, I look at these and I think we benefit from having a lot of historic architecture in our community that is magnificent. And we've had some great redevelopment of those properties, specifically noted in the Millwork District, and utilized appropriate federal programs for those. And so I think we're fortunate to have those properties a part of our community. And Mr. Rivas brought up the name Gronin and mentioned that he did go through this property. And I know he's been a part of a number of these rehab projects, and they are not easy. I've been on the other side of the funding equation on them. They're not easy, and they're extremely costly and time consuming. And it's a definitely not a small feat for anyone to pick up and take on. And so I do worry about the economic viability. And in line with kind of our plan to redevelop and to continue to spur development up in the north end, I do worry that if we don't move forward with removing this, that we'll end up with just another vacant storefront in a vacant building. And I think the reinvestment in this area is important. I think it just takes a couple of key projects to kind of start stimulating the block and the street. And so that's where my thoughts are currently. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, it's a good discussion so far, and I appreciate all the thoughts here. I think there's some really good points being made. I'm officially frustrated with our process at this point. And that comes after, I can't give you the exact number of buildings that we've had to talk about in my time on the council, but I can tell you that almost every single one that we've had to decide to either remove from a conservation district or, allow for demolition or anything like that, I was frustrated by the process that we're using. That's, I think, our fault. I think that's entirely under our control as a council. And I think I'm officially at the point where I'd like to talk about that as a potential goal and priority to focus on going forward. Because the bottom line in my mind is, you've seen all the pictures of all the historical properties, all over the place in Dubuque. I think about the parking lot that's right over next to us here on this building, and a beautiful home that sat there at one point. I guarantee you that almost every single building that was torn down in Dubuque's past was torn down for the purpose of some sort of investment by, economic investment by other businesses of the time. Every historic property is basically a victim of our modern progress. It's kind of the way it works. I'm not blaming anybody for that. I think it's just a fact that I think we have to deal with. Because what happens over time is you essentially have a death by 1,000 cuts. You just lose these buildings over time to be able to say we need to do something so we can have a business go here and things go there. And I think that those are good ideas. In this case, for example, Mr. Rivas brings up some really good points as to why he needs to expand his business right there at that spot where it already is and not move it somewhere else in a part of a neighborhood that is trying to still kind of reinvent itself and create a place where people are going to go. I think it's a really compelling argument. But Mr. Staver, you said something and it really struck me. If the path to historic tax credits was easier than saving these buildings, I wrote down saving these buildings might be viable. I think that's a really good point. We need some way so we don't fall into this trap over and over again. Because the bottom line is the whole pathway of being able to just remove something from a conservation district is simply a workaround. And it's a workaround that we allow. So I can't say that we don't allow it. I mean, it's something that we're doing. And we've used it and on several other buildings in the downtown area. And essentially, I'm partially to blame for that too, because I did vote for some of those. And you create a slippery slope as you go. And that's something that you can't walk away from that precedent once you set it. So all this is to say, I don't see, first of all, we've got 4 votes here that I'm hearing that are saying that you'd like to move forward with allowing this. I don't see the need to punish Mr. Rivas and to hold this process up longer for him in this particular moment. But what I will say is we have got to change something about how we deal with our historic properties, or we are not going to have historic character that lasts over time for generations like we've had now. If it's important to us, we got to make it important to us, period. We have to find a way to do that and find a way that we don't just keep working around it or allow somebody to buy a building and let it deteriorate. We've got to find some way to make sure that our historic structures stay. We've got to work together to defend the buildings themselves, because that's the challenge. When somebody does buy a building, you can do just about anything to it in a lot of ways, and that's part of your right as a landowner. But I do think we need to make our historic nature something that is important to us, and make that point by having a process that tries to keep it. And right now, I'm just not sure that process is working very well, because this has come before us, enough times that I'm not liking the direction that we're going. I personally don't want to leave a legacy of, knocking down a bunch of buildings in Dubuque. I just don't think it's a good thing for us to do. So I'd like us to fix it, is what I'm saying. That's just my point. I'd like us to fix it. I don't intend to vote against this idea for Mr. Rivas tonight, because like I said, at this point, I think it would just be us using him as an example, and I don't think that that's fair. What I will say, though, and one more point in this, I don't like taking these decisions on people's words. Mr. Staver, I trust your opinion. I know you've done things with buildings. You know what you're talking about, but you're just giving me your word. I'm taking Mr. Rivas' word. I'm taking the word of Mr. Cronin without Mr. Cronin even being here. I want some proof of these buildings and their viability. That's what I would really like to see. I'd like to know if these buildings are actually viable. I'd like to know if you tear down the back, is the wall going to fall over? Can somebody tell me that? I don't like making a decision without that fact in front of me. It feels really weird to sit in this seat and have to make a decision just based on people's word when you can get facts. So I'd prefer the facts going forward. And I think that's something we should think about too. So I appreciate you just giving me a moment, because I've said a lot here, and I do think that we should have this conversation further going forward. But in this case tonight, I think we should move forward with this request and help get this project on the way.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Resnick?
I move that 2327 Central be removed from the Broadway Neighborhood Conservation District.
Second by Leindecker.
Can I intervene for
Yeah,
1 second?
Brenna, go ahead.
Because this is an ordinance, I am wondering if by chance you intend to make a motion related to the ordinance, if you want to do the waiver motion first.
Yeah, so we would need to waive the 3 readings or have
If
first
you
reading of
want,
the ordinance.
or do first reading. I just wanted to put that out there.
Because we have to change the ordinance to remove it from the Conservation
Correct.
District.
So you could either do it all in one fell swoop tonight by starting with the waiver motion if it passes, and you could do final passage and consideration of the ordinance, or you could do first reading.
Thank you. Would you care to?
May I ask?
Please, Ms. Wethel, and then I'll come back to you, Mr. Resnick.
Just for clarification, does that need more than a majority vote of council?
It needs a supermajority to pass, so 6 votes. Thank you. The waiver motion.
And the waiver vote for the 3 readings for clarity.
The waiver. The actual ordinance passage itself just needs a simple majority.
So if there's a simple majority, we'd have first reading of the ordinance, correct?
If there's a simple majority on the waiver motion, yes, you could then convert the motion to just first reading. If you get the supermajority on the waiver motion, it simply takes a simple majority for final passage and consideration of the ordinance.
Please, go ahead.
May
yeah,
I speak?
please.
So I think you said it, Mayor Kavanaugh, that I don't want to punish Mr. Rivas for our lack of process clarity. But we do need that clarity. And so I think it is upon us at goals and priorities. I know I will list this as something that I think is an important piece of how we interact with our board and commission out of respect to them, out of respect to property owners. I think because of, I would agree with you that I need proof of viability if I am to consider viability in the future for these properties. And so I think that within the context of clarifying our process, we need to make that piece of viability maybe a more important piece than we have it as it is currently in our process. I do not want to slow the process for Mr. Rivas, and so I intend to support tonight.
Thank you. Wally?
I just want to bring to your attention, we are in the process of updating the Unified Development Code. Ordinance is actually in our code. And we're hearing you loud and clear of changing the process with regards to going through economic non-viability before we take to the steps of altering the conservation district. So as we move forward with the update to the Unified Development Code, planning staff will work with that and be able to bring an ordinance to you as part of the larger whole of the Unified Development Code that will address that comment, unless you want something brought to you earlier. So.
What is the length of that process, Wally?
So currently we have a staff draft that we're reviewing right now. It was going to be an update. It's basically turned almost into a complete rewrite. So ideally we were looking at trying to have that completed by March of this year. We are about 3/4 of the way through the ordinance with staff time to be able to review that. So we're quite possibly looking at probably another 4 to 6 months with regards to take it all the way through the process.
If I may, I would request that that process be expedited. I feel like I grieve every time that I have to vote this way. And I don't mean it out of disrespect to Mr. Rivas and the situation he is in, and I'm incredibly grateful. As we reinvigorate Central and White, I want people who own businesses, who have been committed to the community, to grow their business there. And so that weighs very heavy on my heart as I make this decision tonight. But I would ask that we consider requesting staff to expedite the process of review of our process.
Yeah, duly noted. Chris Olson and myself have already reviewed Chapter 10, which is our current ordinance. We have always identified that the demolition portion of our conservation district needed a lot of work to get done through, to be revised. So that is something we've already reviewed and we're already taking steps towards. So that'd be something to come earlier.
Mike, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I appreciate that that's Councilmember Wethel's opinion. But as Wally said, it is part of the entire Unified Development Code, which is a big picture. And it's a bigger picture than just this one section. We'd be happy to just bring this one section to you if that's the desire of the majority of the council. Otherwise, we'll bring it back to you in its entirety later in the year.
Have a comment here.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Staver.
Yeah, I was going to say essentially what Mike said. I think because this is such a hot button and because it is, has potential, to delay people to even the costs associated with going through this and then potentially being turned down. A lot of people just don't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how they get, I think, to here.
Yeah.
Where, if we made the process less cumbersome, but still a better process, where we don't have the go around, but the process could be faster, easier, and cheaper for the person, and then the historical part of it could still do their job, and I think that's where we want to be, just because of the number of old buildings we have here, the passion we have for them, and this, like Ms. Wethel said, it's an emotional thing to decide this. This isn't easy, but at the end of the day, I think you have to be objective in this case, and going forward, just make it the process in some ways better in that they don't have this way to go, but also better in that it's an easier process.
All right. So the current issue before us right now, before we move on to an actual motion for the action item itself, the issue right now is, are we asking Wally and the planning staff to come to us with just this section of the historic preservation aspects of the Unified Development Code before they come with the whole Unified Development Code rewrite? I've got Mr. Staver and Ms. Wethel saying absolutely. I'm seeing heads shaking yes on the other end of the table. I'll agree then. So yeah, I think if you couldn't expedite that and bring that to us in an earlier date than what you were intending to bring the Unified Development Code, we would appreciate that.
So it shall be done.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate your willingness, Wally, and your team. We do appreciate your work. Okay, Mr. Resnick, I'll look to you for a motion here if you care to make it.
You're listening closely.
I am.
I move that 2327 Central be removed from the Broadway Neighborhood Conservation District. And I further move that the requirement that the amended ordinance be considered and voted for for passage at 2 council meetings prior to the meeting at which it is to be finally passed be suspended. Is that correct? I said the amended ordinance.
I think you can do, hold on, let me think about this for a minute. I think you do receive and file and further move that the motion be.
Do you have any motion A?
Danny, can I see your card for a second?
Motion A.
So you can do receive and file and you can do motion B. So receive and file and motion B.
And just to clarify, the reason is because the ordinance before us that we would be voting on is actually written.
Correct, it's done
to
already.
remove,
So-
yeah, it's done.
Correct.
It's documented here. It's
Planning
to
st-
remove this building from this
Yes.
property. From
Planning
the-
staff attached it so that it was here and ready to go if this was the direction you moved this evening.
Yeah.
So it would be receive and file motion B.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate the explanation because, I mean, I didn't know that that was done earlier. So I move that we receive and file. I further move that the requirements that a proposed ordinance be considered and voted on for passage at 2 council meetings prior to the meeting at which it is to be finally passed be suspended.
Second by Leindecker.
I've got a motion by Resnick and a second by Leindecker. Do we have any further discussion? Everybody clear on the motion here? Okay. All right. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Leindecker?
Aye.
Roussel?
No.
Resnick?
Aye.
Sprank?
Aye.
Staver?
Aye.
Wethel?
Aye.
Kavanaugh?
Aye. That motion passes 6-1.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Resnick.
I move final consideration and passage of the ordinance.
Customarily, the
Second by Leindecker.
person that voted the first
I was
time.
waiting
go ahead
for
and
you to say
second.
something
Yep,
else, sorry.
No, that's all right. Yep. All right, so Mr. Resnick, the motion there, Mr. Leindecker seconded. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Leindecker?
Aye.
Roussel?
No.
Resnick?
Aye.
Sprank?
Aye.
Staver?
Aye.
Wethel?
Aye.
Kavanaugh?
Aye. That motion passes 6-1.
Action item number 2 is construction of an off-street parking lot at the corner of 5th and Locust Street request.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Roussel.
I move to receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second by Sprank.
Motion by Roussel, second by Sprank. Mike, please.
Thank you. I respectfully recommend Mayor and City Council approval to allow construction of a surface parking lot at 500 Locust Street. Due to zoning regulations within the C5 Downtown Commercial District, City Council approval is required before a surface parking lot may be established at this location. As part of the redevelopment of the 5th and Main building, Gronin Development is proposing construction of an off-street parking lot at the corner of 5th and Locust Street. The 5th and Main project includes a 5-story mixed-use building with ground floor commercial space and a minimum of 80 upper-story housing units. Off-street parking will be incorporated into the building. However, additional provisions are outlined in Section 10.7 of the approved agreement. The approved development agreement requires Gronin Development to provide 8 off-street parking spaces within 300 feet of ecumenical towers to replace a portion of these removed stalls. Approval of a surface parking lot at 500 Locust Street would enable the developer to satisfy this requirement.
All right. Thank you, Mike. Discussion.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Resnick.
Thank you. So, Mr. Van Milligan, who is responsible for the funding of the deconstruction of the current, of what's on there currently, and then the construction of the parking lot? Is that developers?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other discussion or questions on this one? All right, motion here is to receive and file and adopt the resolution. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Leindecker,
I'm going to abstain.
Roussel,
Aye.
Aye.
Resnick, Sprank,
Aye.
Staver,
Aye.
Wethel, Kavanaugh.
Aye. That motion passes with 6 ayes and 1 abstention.
Action item number 3 is selection of preferred concept for the historic Millwork District outdoor community space.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Rousseau?
I move to receive and file and approve.
Second by Wethel.
Motion by Rousseau, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. Planning Services Director Wally Werneman is recommending City Council select a preferred concept for the historic Millwork District outdoor community space and whether to proceed with removing the temporary parking lot at this time, including installation of irrigation and sod, or whether removal should be deferred until final plans and specifications are completed. Based on community input and project goals, Wally Werneman has identified Concept 1 as the strongest option. However, Council may choose any concept that best supports the long-term vision for this central community gathering space. On January 21st, 2025, the City Council approved Confluence as the consultant for community engagement, design, and construction management of the historic Millwork District outdoor space. Confluence has been working with the Planning Services, Economic Development, Parks and Recreation, and Transportation Services Departments, along with a 19-member project steering committee composed of Millwork District property owners, business owners, and residents, as well as representatives from Dubuque Main Street, Greater Dubuque Development Corporation, Dubuque Initiatives, and Dubuque Forward. 3 concepts, Concept 1, Concept 2, and Concept 3, were developed by the design team and presented to the public for review and feedback. The Planning Services Department, along with Confluence, presented these concepts on January 20th, 2026, during a City Council work session. Concept 1, estimated to cost $2,687,505. Concept 1 features upper and lower lawn areas, a central event space, integrated art features, play space, and catenary lighting, creating a flexible and visually engaging park environment. The public praised its curving layout, strong event feel, and opportunities for future seasonal uses, such as an ice rink. Overall, it was the highest rated and most widely supported concept. Concept 2, $2,208,030, emphasizes open lawn areas, native planting, stormwater features, and play space arranged in a stylish asymmetrical layout. Respondents appreciated features like the holiday tree, seating options, and integrated planting design. It was well received but did not garner as much enthusiasm as Concept 1. Concept 3, $2,302,270, includes a lounge lawn, outdoor table tennis area, stormwater swale with native vegetation, patio spaces, and a stage area. People like the stormwater swale landscaping, amenities, and patio environment, but noted a desire for more green space. While positively reviewed, it ranked lower than Concepts 1 and 2. Alternative Concept 1A, $2,640,975. An additional option, known as Concept 1A, was developed at the request of the city manager. This concept was also presented during the City Council work session, building on Concept 1. This alternative incorporates angled parking along the park edge, resulting in 10 additional parking stalls. As part of the concept review process, several design considerations associated with Concept 1 were identified, included changes to park size and green space, removal of the play area, adjustments to pedestrian circulation between 10th Street and the green space, potential vehicle headlight impacts into the park, and reduce flexibility for community events and placemaking opportunities. While Concept 1A addresses concerns related to parking availability, public input generally reflected stronger support for preserving park space and maintaining the site's role as a community gathering space over retaining additional parking spaces. Temporary parking lot removal and interim improvements. Council direction is also needed on whether to proceed with removing the temporary parking lot at this time, including installation of irrigation and sod, or whether removal should be deferred until final plans and specifications are completed. Option A would be to remove the temporary parking lot now. Proceeding with removal at this stage would allow the project site to begin transitioning towards a preferred community space concept. However, this approach would require installation of irrigation and sod prior to grading work associated with the final design, which may result in additional costs to remove and reinstall these elements once construction begins. This process is currently included in our fiscal year 2026 budget. Option B, maintain the temporary parking lot until plans and specs are finalized. Holding off on removal would avoid duplicate work and reduce tear out and replacement costs. Retaining the lot during the design phase would also provide additional time for city staff to value engineer individual components of the preferred concept, refine cost estimates, and prefer a more efficient implementation plan. And there is an option C, which I was not included in the memos, and that is to wait to remove the parking at all until there's funding available to actually build the $2.5 million project. I had originally given you a recommendation on which concept I think you should choose, and I'm modifying that concept tonight. I am modifying my recommendation and respectfully recommend Mayor and City Council selection of concept number 1, and then to give direction on removal of the parking lot.
All right, thank you, Mike. So I'm going to start us off here. I'm really glad that you changed your recommendation, and I know you did so after receiving a large amount of community feedback about this, and I think it was the right call, because I think people really do like concept 1 when it comes to the park, and I appreciate that. And I know that was the one that I liked the most after reading through this and understanding what the needs and desires are for the people in the millwork and the people who visit the millwork. So my vote here would be to go with concept 1 and option A, to do the park now. I think we've got the money in the budget to do it. I think it is something that we can get done, and we can actually have a space that feels like it's going to feel in the future. I don't think we need the temporary parking lot right there. I think there is actually quite a bit of parking within the Millwork District. So I would like to hopefully go with concept 1 and option A. Mr. Resnick.
Mayor, thank you. Mr. Van Milligan, again, thank you for your consideration on the park and proposed parking possibilities. And I know you're always looking out for businesses downtown, and they need customers. And the customers get there generally by car. But I also appreciate the change. So did I understand you that we have the funding sources, they have been identified, but the last one, I'm inclined to go option C if we don't have the money to do it. I mean, why would we just take out the parking and not complete the park? How did I misunderstand that?
So the only thing we have the money for now is to take the parking out and plant grass. And then we would just have to wait for some time in the future where we have money to actually do the park that's designed for about $2.5 million. So the argument in this memo is during that interim, people would have the grass field to, picnic in or throw a Frisbee or whatever it is, but there wouldn't be any amenities in that until sometime later. It's not in the 5-year capital improvement program budget. And so there'd either have to be a fundraising campaign, or it would just have to wait at least 6 years. And I'll just be frank with you, it'll be longer than that.
Thank you. Are there grant possibilities for this program? I know we just started thinking about it, or?
Well, I don't know of any grant programs that exist to build a park, but that doesn't mean we couldn't look for them as part of a fundraising campaign.
I, like the mayor, like a field of grass, actually. There's something, it cools off, it has a different vibe, which we're trying to bring to the Millwork District, and it is a gathering place. And so maybe there might be a path or something organic and cheap that we can do that makes it a nice place rather than looks like, oh, we should stay off the grass. But, encourage people to use the property. Maybe some small things we can talk about, but otherwise, I would agree with the mayor. Right now, if we can get some grass and make it a place that people might want to gather. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Roussel?
Thank you. I too liked concept one. I think it's important to think about what people wanted, and that was the top concept that people wanted. My one question was, you mentioned if we did it now, we might have to tear some things out and redo them. Do you have any idea what additional costs that might be?
Well, the representation in the memo talked about putting in an irrigation system, which would have to be torn out when it was graded. So if you didn't put that in, if all you did was plant grass seed, now when you graded it, the grass that you grew would be gone, but I don't think there'd really be much of a cost. But if you put in an irrigation system, which I don't know, we don't have irrigation systems in any of our other parks except the golf course, but so, I mean, I guess we could just not do that and let the grass wait for Mother Nature.
Well, I think having grass will give people a better ideas of what that park might look like. I think people have more of a visual way to think about a park. And if you see grass, if you see a place that you might go and have an event or a picnic or something, it might give you some ideas like, hey, this could be a park, and perhaps people would want to invest in it or whatever. But I love the idea of having something there now. And since that parking was planned to be temporary, I think it would be a great opportunity to add some green space.
Thank you, Ms. Rousseau. Do you know anybody who could plant trees there at all? If there were people that might...
I'm on it. I'm on it
Curious
now.
about that fact. Yeah, Ms. Wethel.
I too would support concept one and option A. One thing though I considered in reviewing concept one, if you go to the specific cost items, so for concept one, the stage and lighting for concept one costs $450,000. If we removed the stage, that brings the cost down to $2,237,505, which would put it near concept two cost and less than concept three cost. It's nearly $500,000 for a stage. And to be quite honest, I've had a number of people contact me and say, we have a number of stages in different areas of town, and not that I don't think there would be value for some specific events in which that would be used. I personally want kids to have a park to play. So I want people to live in a housing density in the Millwork District and near there. I think that the opportunity to create more play space, and now I know I'm not trying to go against anyone's recommendation who so graciously gave up their time to review these options, but I think if we're looking at trying to get it into a CIP in the next 7 years, taking nearly $500,000 off of the cost makes sense to me. The other pieces of creating the green space now, number one, people need a place to put their feet on the ground, and there's just not enough green space there. We can't wait 7 years for green space, in my opinion. I also think as we visualize and try to grow branding opportunities or community buy-in that would potentially help fund this park or pieces of the park, creating the space now in a green space would help people to better maybe visualize what that would get them if we are asking for community buy-in of branding opportunities and investment. So those were my thoughts.
Thank you. Mr. Staver.
So I think when I look at this, I think more about, Parks and Rec asked for a number of additional employees, and we couldn't provide them. I feel like they're overwhelmed now. They're telling us they're overwhelmed by asking for additional employees. I'm afraid that this would detract from the quality of other parks, just again for quantity. And again, I think it's duplication of, we have green spaces and other spaces that I think are underutilized. And kind of to Ms. Wethel's point on the stage, she brings up a great point, because I think in some ways you diminish the other opportunities we have in town that we've invested in by diluting, the specific areas we've kind of dedicated for that. And I would say, given all the change that's going on financially, I would say leave the parking lot the way it is. 7 years is a long time. A lot could change by then. We may totally reimagine the whole space. And I would hate to be, I see a lot of use in that parking lot. Anytime I go down there, it's literally full. I can't imagine every time I go down there, I'll see the grass full of that many people, if you count a couple people per car. I think the community right now is using it. I don't see, if they want a open green space. I do appreciate the fact that there's events down there, and that during those events it would be useful and appreciated, and just the green space in general, of course, is beautiful, and the cooling effect. I'm not against green space. I just think cost-wise and the staff, I think these are great ideas. I feel like the money is suggested not to be there at this point. The staff is seemingly at their threshold already. Again, I think quality over quantity, and again, the redundancy, I feel like, would warrant just leaving it as is, but that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Mr. Landaker.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just the quick answer is I like option 1. I like the thought of kind of value engineering it, to Ms. Wethel's, Councilmember Wethel's point, and kind of looking at the stage and not diminishing kind of the value of some of the stuff we have there. I do think a couple of concerns I have. I think option C on Delane makes sense for a couple of reasons. One, the additional cost to tear out any infrastructure that we put in is concerning to me. A lot, very concerning, especially when we're running up against budget shortfalls and things of that nature. I do think we can take, a deeper discussion at this. This would be my recommendation: deeper discussion of this at the planning session later this year, and kind of determine where we want to allocate this from a priority standpoint. Other things that come to mind is, while it's not a ton of spaces in this lot, it is definitely utilized during the day and nights and weekends, and I think largely because it's free parking versus the parking structure there. I know there's outlots and there's plenty of capacity for parking, and my concern would be those individuals that do want to take advantage of our parking that we have down there, and maybe some of the nights and weekend parking that's free versus in the parking structures, the wayfinding, signage and lighting of those for our residents, and making sure that they're safe and that they can continue to be safe when going down there and enjoying the amenities that are available. The other side of this is that I think about is the Alamo building. Speaking of great historic buildings we have in Dubuque, I think when I've seen similar kind of layouts, and albeit there's no property like this one, but when I do see something similar, I think about the activation that the Alamo building could create in this area. And so what does that activation of the Alamo building look like with this park? I think they definitely have a direct correlation given the vicinity to them. And I don't want to be too overly optimistic, but to be optimistic, with that being said, is, I do think whoever ends up purchasing or doing something with the Alamo building would have a great interest in activating the park. And so I think you would get reinvestment from that development into the park. And albeit I fully recognize it's our property, the city of Dubuque, that is. But I think having collaboration there would be critical. And so while I like option one, I don't like the thought of spending extra money when we have to redo it, assuming that we will do that. And if we go forward to option one, but I also like the thought of what we could create with a potential tenant or an owner of the Alamo building as we go forward here. So,
Thank you. Other thoughts, Mr. Sprank?
I would be okay with like option C about demoing it, sodding it, skipping irrigation, because I hate to redo something twice, because we don't know what the funding will be. I have had citizens that have talked to me about, oh, well, you should save it because they like the parking, because of the convenience factor. And I'll be honest, I was looking at that map that was provided. Majority of the time, I can never get into that lot to park in that lot. So I usually just go and park behind the intermodal building. And I didn't realize there's 80 parking spots in that space. So and then nobody ever parks in that. Nobody ever crosses Elm Street and parks behind the intermodal building. And that's where I always park now. So if we lose this 57 spots for a nice green space, which is folks have wanted for a very long time, I think that'd be nice. And I'm always torn about park designs because I'm kind of a little thrifty on this one and thinking really the most economical option, but I also like Miss Wethel's idea of just, if you could take out the stage and the lighting, that would definitely save us a considerable amount of money. So yeah, I'm right now, definitely I would be okay with like option C of demoing it, planting sod, but no irrigation, because I would hate to have to tear that out in the future if and when funding is made up or becomes available to actually build the park. So at least it'd be like a green space, people can enjoy the green space, and then we can figure out how to pay for the park, because we've been talking about this. Well, we haven't, but this has been in discussion with previous councils for quite some time, off and on, this idea of a green space down there. And then I think folks would be very disappointed to have to wait 6 years or longer for a finalized final park to be installed. So that's my thoughts.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Where is option C? I'm missing.
Yeah, I think he was referring to option one.
Yeah.
And then I think he was referring to option A, which is remove the temporary parking lot now. I threw in the C, which was leave the parking lot.
Okay.
But I don't think that's what Councilmember Sprank was describing.
Is that
Option A.
Is that true,
Yeah,
Mr. Sprank? Yeah.
Option A, yes.
So option A, but you mentioned maybe no irrigation. Just let nature take its
'cause-
course. Let the grass be the grass, essentially.
Because I'm afraid that we're just gonna have to rip it all out in the
Right.
future at some point, and then we kind of throwing away money just to water grass.
Okay. All right. So just real quick before I go to anybody else, just so we know, the motion on the table here is to receive and file and approve. And the only thing that we really have to approve, if I'm understanding correctly, is the recommendation for concept one.
That's right. But you also need to decide on the A or B.
Right.
Or my made-up C.
Right. We're not going to do your made-up C because it was really confusing. So we're just not going to. It just confused everybody at the table. Now, so we do need to decide, in all seriousness, what option we need to do for the second part of it. So right now, we just have one motion on the table. I just want to make sure everybody's recognizing that. Ms. Wethel, I see your hand there.
Just one question, Mr. Van Milligan. So the current budget has had this budgeted to be done this year. So I'm sorry, the green space to.
Yeah, so in round numbers, I don't have the number in front of me. We budgeted like $260,000 or $70,000, and you spent, I don't know, I think about 50 to do the planning, and so that leaves a couple $100,000 to take the parking lot out and plant grass.
And that cost includes the irrigation for the space.
I'm not sure. I have not seen a detailed cost estimate to that level.
Wally is shaking his head yes.
Okay.
I think we also talked about, or it was in the materials, that we could potentially decrease the cost of the demolition by having Public Works, I believe, work on assisting rather than contracting out some of the process.
Yeah, I'm not going to commit to that because
Okay.
Public Works has helped us do things like we had to tear a house down. They tore it down and saved us $35,000. So yeah, occasionally they can do that kind of stuff. This is a big job. So I'm not going to, without talking to the Public Works Director, I'm not going to say, oh, let's just tell Public Works to do it. Oh, and all their other work too. And then let's be mad when they don't finish their other work.
But
So-
did I not read that as an option within our materials that potentially we could have
I don't know,
some
Wally
of
can address
the-
that because if that would have been in his
Sorry,
material,
Wally, I
guess.
should have just asked you from the beginning.
I've been itching to get up here and talk to you guys about this in there. So, first question is, why didn't we come to you guys sooner? I'm surprised you haven't asked that question, right? We had a work session back in January on this request. So we stepped back as a steering committee and then as a staff, understanding that we don't have $2.6 million available to build this right away. So we were looking at options like how can we value engineer this request? Like you just mentioned, we don't need to put a stage in right away. We don't need to do some other amenities into it. So we were looking at various concepts and how can we look at putting the bare base minimum in with redevelopment of the park. Some of the conversations we had was, for instance, you see a seating wall and just grading the park, putting the seating wall in. And you could come in, add the playground later, add the stage later, add some other things, different aspects for that at a later date. We brought up the conversation of, hey, is there opportunities to value engineering, which was potential, maybe Public Works, if they're available to take advantage of that. We have trees, individuals that are planting trees in our community. Other things, to be able to look at it from a holistic standpoint as opposed to, let's just hire a contractor, come in and clear grade it and just throw something in $2.6 million. So we understand it's going to take some time and some evaluation for that. So those are some of the value in engineering. So one thing would be is we would come back to you if we were able to find some grant funding or some fundraising or some donors who may want to look at it and kind of phase the development of the park over time, if that makes sense.
And so when you say phase, that would mean beginning with the option A, which is to create green space, remove the parking lot, create green space, as we have budgeted currently.
Yeah, currently we have $400,000. Our contract with the Confluence and then Fair Graham, who is the engineer to help with the bid specs for removal and everything, is $124,000. The removal of the parking lot, installation of the irrigation system, and the sod is $208,000. So we do have the budgeted funds available to do that. One other item that got brought up, which I'm glad you guys mentioned, Mr. Leyendecker, is so if we remove this park, how do we get people to that parking lot behind the intermodal facility? How are we directing people? Currently, there isn't a lot of wayfinding sign down there for parking. We do have a parking wayfinding sign that's located on Elm Street at the intersection. But if people come down here, how do we get people to those parking lots? So signage has been a conversation that's been brought up part of the project engineering or the project group that's involved with it. So those are other things that we're kind of quite possibly looking at. If we do remove the park, how do we get people with some wayfinding signage for parking?
There was also a comment, I believe it was a conversation within the steering group regarding, looking at other nearby communities such as Galena and the parking experience that they have and how that struggle of parking is something that they can experience, and yet they seem to be able to overcome it. I know that at times it feels as I'm driving around over there, I can't overcome it. But I want it to be convenient for parking. But we literally have hundreds of spaces down there currently as well, correct?
Correct, yeah. So including your packet, we have over 1,600 parking spaces just in the Millwork District alone. That doesn't include the 10th and Central ramp. When we look at pedestrian walkways, walkability, that sense of place, when you're in the Millwork District, buildings are built to the property line. It creates that walkability. Some people don't mind. You can park your car and it's like, hey, I have this great pedestrian corridor. I'm walking by storefronts. I'm interacting with the public. We have this great park area with this green space for that opportunity. It's something to take advantage. When you think of Galena, they have multiple streets. There's no teeth knocked out throughout their area. And if they do, they have like a seating area or parked area. So just creating that sense of place, that walkability. One other thing I want to mention, we have been meeting with the Rosendine property owners multiple times, probably 3 times, the Almobile owners, with regards to, what they're looking at doing and how the park can incorporate and flow through with their development. And they are actually in favor of having the green space, more green space at that location for their development at this time too. So,
Thank you.
Ms. Russell.
I made the original motion, and I wondered if I could amend my motion to approving option 1 and option A, but without the irrigation, because I really don't want to take out and pay again for something. So to just install the grass. So can I make the motion to approve option 1 and option A without the irrigation?
So just to clarify, concept 1,
Concept 1 and option A.
option A, no irrigation.
Yes, that would be my motion.
Second?
Could we discuss that?
Of course, yeah, of course. Krenna, you can.
Katie was the original.
You were the original seconder, so yeah, that.
Pardon me.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to discuss the concept, and I appreciate the cost of placing and removing irrigation. I understand that. But I think the earliest we can consider that we would have the funding to do this as a city is greater than 6 years from now. That's a really long time. And when we talk about the ability for staff to manage the space, I am concerned going without irrigation to that space would change its potential look. I guess we don't have anyone here. You are the one with the tree knowledge, so you're the closest I have outside of maybe if Wally has a comment on that.
Wally appears to have a comment on that.
I have a comment on everything, right? We did have a discussion with regards with Matt Kalsovich and Steve Faisal, the Parks and Rec Director. When we looked at, if we put sod in there, the concern is it's in an urban environment. We have brick buildings surrounded. We have a concrete parking structure. We have the Alamo building. So we have a lot of potential heat sources that gathers that heat throughout the day. And then also we're going over an existing industrial site that had, compacted fill and everything associated with it. There's going to be some amenable soils that would have to happen. So they're the ones that would actually suggest that we add irrigation into the system. I do agree. It really depends on the timing. If we put the irrigation, we don't put anything in for 5 or 6 years, it may make sense to have irrigation in order to keep, a good turf grass that's associated with it. But once again, I'm a planner. I'm not a Parks and Rec guy. But that's just the information I received. So,
Mike, go ahead.
I'm going to go back to the statement I made earlier. We have lots of parks. None of them are irrigated. So I have to tell you, I cannot recommend you put irrigation in this park. If you decide to do it, we're going to do it. The other thing I do want to address, and I wish I had read this closer, it talks about in the value engineering that the Parks Department can do a bunch of the work, and then the Public Works Department can do a bunch of the work. Neither one of those things are going to happen. They have jobs. They have difficulty keeping up with the jobs they have today. We're going to have to hire this work out. So I don't want anybody to say, oh, let's push the easy button. Just tell city staff, get over there and get working harder. They don't have the time to work harder. So.
Okay, but just for clarity, the budgeted money that we have right now allows for us to hire this out and demolish the parking lot.
Right.
And put in sod and grass and irrigation if we choose so.
That's true.
Okay.
That's based on apparently the current cost estimates, that the money we have budgeted would accomplish that.
Okay, all right. But noted on your point on irrigation within parks throughout the city. So, all right, so I might suggest that, because for one, I do want to keep us moving because and I want to make sure we have enough time to discuss everything, but I want to keep us moving because we've got lots of other items on the agenda here tonight. But I think the questions right now that we're sitting with are, so we've got Ms. Roussel, who has a desire to make a motion for concept one, and I'll come back to you in a second here about the irrigation, or and option, concept one, option A, to tear out the parking lot, create the park, create the grass and sodded grass space. There's a question on the table about irrigation. So I'm just going to come back to you and say, where are you at with that motion?
Well, knowing that the money's in the budget, Wally said it was suggested by the park department to have the irrigation in there. We can put it. We can move ahead with option A as suggested.
And I will second that.
With
I'm
the
sorry.
irrigation.
So your motion, to clarify, is?
Yes. Is concept one, option A, as described in the memo, with irrigation.
Okay. And you said you will second that, Ms.
I
Bethel?
will.
Okay. All right, so we've got a motion and a second,
Can we-
an amended motion and a
ask
second.
about this?
Of course, yeah.
Well, good, because how much is the irrigation system supposed to be?
15,000, it says.
15?
That's what it
Wally, can you
says.
clarify that for us?
It's pretty inexpensive for an irrigation system.
I don't think there's.
Based on the construction cost estimate, irrigation system is $14,753.75.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Mr. Leinecker?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, and Wally, sorry. Question for you. On the site with drainage, drain tiling that initially we're going to do, is there anything that's planned for that?
Well, with the design, or with regards to the grading in the site, the interim park, most of that flows towards the parking ramp currently right now. A lot of people don't realize there is quite a crown of that parking lot, the way it flows. I know that there are some issues with ponding water sometimes between the Alamo building and the parking ramp. We're aware of that, especially with our conversations with the Parks and Rec Department. So, as we go through and remove the parking lot grading, that'll be something we have to address. Now, you're going from almost a completely impervious area to a green space that allow more infiltration, but there will still be some runoff. There is some capture basins. There's a storm system that's between the parking ramp and the area. The things that we talked about is still keeping the existing lights that are through the walk area. The trees that are still going to be located there. So just imagine removing the parking and just putting sod and an irrigation system in there for that. So,
okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, motion here is to receive and file and approve concept one and go with option A as described in the memo. Okay. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Leinecker?
Nay.
Roussel?
Aye.
Resnick?
Aye.
Sprank?
Aye.
Staver?
Nay.
Wethel?
Aye.
Kavanaugh?
Aye. That motion passes 5-2.
Action item number 4 is the Smart Parking and Mobility Management Plan pay-by-plate multi-space meter system request.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Roussel?
I move to receive and file and approve.
Second.
Got a motion by Roussel, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
I'm going to do that as soon as I get back into the agenda. Somehow I got tossed out. Must have been bad behavior. Give me a second. Director of Transportation Services Ryan Nucky is recommending City Council authorize the Transportation Services Parking Division to select a vendor from the proposals submitted to the request for proposals to replace the outdated on-street meters in the downtown area and also install equipment for our surface lots as part of the Smart Parking and Mobility Management Plan Development and Implementation Project. The Parking Department estimates the system will cost $1,400,000, up to $1,650,000, depending on proposals submitted. Funds will come from the Smart Parking System Capital Improvement Project with a current balance of $1,831,964. City staff recommends moving forward with the selection of a vendor from the proposals submitted to the RFP for the pay-by-plate multi-space meter. The end solution must also be able to integrate with the mobile license plate recognition enforcement system, the request for proposals for parking enforcement officers, and be able to fully integrate with the AIMS system that we have, our parking management software. Specifically, the system RFP contains project drawings that identify locations of the devices. It is estimated the city would potentially purchase up to 248 devices to be installed along streets in the downtown meter district for on-street parking, and then it describes what different surface lots would also be included. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request mayor and city council approval to move ahead with the RFP.
Thank you, Mike. What discussion do we have? Mr. Resnick.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. So Mr. Nucky is here, and if you wouldn't mind commenting, it sounds to me like everything's been carefully planned and the timing is right to now start getting some more numbers, and the planning continues. We absolutely need to do a project with parking, and if you wouldn't mind could you tell me where we are and what is the sequence of events now where we're going to get this request for proposals, and then where are we in the process?
Thank you, Mr. Resnick. Ryan Nucky, Director of Transportation Services. So tonight, I'm not asking to select a vendor. I'm asking to interview the vendors that submitted RFPs for this pay-by-plate setup. What we'd like to do is interview the vendors, move forward, and come back to City Council with the vendor we'd like to select and move forward with. And when we bring that back, we will have a fully completed number of kiosk systems that we look forward to move forward with. Along with that, we will have a more finalized number for the City Council. On May 4th, we did a work session with City Council and talked through this process, and the recommendation was made that we move forward with the kiosk system with a mobile app. There might be multiple mobile apps, but at least have one option for a mobile app. Tonight, what we're requesting is City Council approve the parking division to move forward with the RFP vendors and then bring back a final vendor for City Council approval.
Okay, thank you. And it sounds like because of the numbers you receive from these different companies, you feel pretty good about it's. We have the money to go forward with this.
I feel very confident we can build a very solid system downtown Dubuque. We have 248 kiosks noted in the document, and that's with them being less than 200 feet in distance from where a vehicle would park, and individuals would not have to cross streets. But as we look at our downtown, we may move some of that around to save some costs because we will have the mobile apps that people can utilize.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Staver.
I thought part of that conversation was to reduce the amount of metered parking there was.
So that is something that we are going to rely on data from the kiosk systems to help us with. So in our current world, we have meters throughout the downtown, but there's no way to actually quantify the volume of usage at the meters. It's a secure system that we can't even go up to a meter, open it up, and count the coins that are in it with how our security system works as we collect the cash. So as we put these kiosk systems out and run a mobile app throughout the downtown, we'll be able to quantify the usage through these areas And as we find areas that are, I'm going to call them a dead zone, as in we don't get any usage out of them, the kiosk systems are literally 4 bolts, and you pick them up and move them. And then we can move them throughout the downtown to better supply another area that is more of a hot spot. So that is all something I can come back within 4 to 6 months of us turning it on and say, here's our hot spots, here's our dead zones, we would like to remove meters in this. But that would take an ordinance change also.
So you haven't identified any areas that, just based on landscape of what's there, that are, objectively not probably high priority to charge for?
We have not identified areas that we would remove meters at the current time.
So there's no intention to reduce the number of meters?
We don't have intention on reducing anything until we have the data that can show that that is an area that is a dead zone that we need to just open up for free parking.
And what about the concept of allowing a 1 hour or 2 hour grace period? Has that been discussed at all?
Very good question. So from the work session, that was brought up in there. And this equipment and the mobile apps that we're talking about right now, along with the LPR system that's coming next in action items, that all can accommodate that system, and that's more of the process side of the system. So as we come back with this new system, that's the process side that I can say, here's our system, here's what it can do, and then at that time we'll work with City Council on if that's something we want to move forward with.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Wilson?
And so what we're looking at is a process of employing a system that will allow us to adapt and potentially augment the service we have now. For instance, allow us, because we have no way now to allow just 1 hour of free parking.
That's correct.
At least we can't monitor it.
Yes, I misspoke on that. We can do that today. It's just so labor intensive with our
Right.
districts that we have. I would have to triple my staff.
You'd have to physically mark cars
Yes,
with
yes,
a
we'd-
person.
And I would have to work with the city attorney on how we would physically identify those vehicles.
Right. So I appreciate that we're looking at a system that can adapt, I guess, but I hope that we can do that. You had mentioned a matter of months to bring things back. And I think to expedite that would help us to make sure that residents and visitors are getting the best service they can. So I appreciate that this is maybe a process, but I hope that the process can, not to put pressure on you, but that the process can move in a way that we can be prepared, say, next summer to really have everything dialed in for visitors to come.
And the process is based on data. I mean, we have certain parts in downtown that is very vibrant and fills up with parking consistently. And we have side streets that you don't recognize as many people parking on them. So as we come back to City Council, we'll be able to outline and show throughout the downtown those areas that, as Mr. Staver said, we could potentially reduce and get rid of.
Great, thank you.
Quick follow-up, Ryan. What is the timeline for actually getting the vendor back in front of the city council? Choosing the timeline for choosing this vendor. What are you in your head? What are you thinking?
So we have the RFPs already in-house.
Yep.
It would literally be us scheduling meetings with the vendors and then bringing back a recommendation. I can't speak for the vendors because I don't know their calendars timelines, but I would be hoping I'd be back here in the next 2 months, 2 to 3 months, with a recommendation for City Council.
Okay, that's good enough for me. I mean, just what you're hoping for, what you're pushing for. 2 to 3 months to be able to come back. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Staver.
So would it be possible to do the mobile app now? That would give you the data about the hot spots before we spend, $1.6 million on the kiosks. And then you'd know a more accurate number of kiosks to get, which would be better. And you'd have the LPR system. We need that either way. So we could approve the LPR now. You could do the mobile app without the kiosks, get the scope of where you need them, and then before you spend all that money on kiosks, we know how many we need.
So with that, in today's world, we already have a mobile app, and we see about anywhere from 35 to 45% of people actually use the mobile app, but there's no real data source to show where that's used at. So as people come down and use that app, it identifies the areas that they're in, but I can't build a map off of that because there's no direct correlation between the coins and the actual mobile app with the meters.
I'm talking about didn't you say one of the options for a new system would be a mobile app?
Yes, we could go 100% to just a mobile app.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
And
in the interim,
if
while you figure it
council,
out.
if that is a direction that council wanted to go, we could 100% remove the meters and move to a mobile app to see what that resulted in.
Yeah, because you also suggested.
But I want to stress, if we move to just a 100% mobile app, there will be no cash option on the street.
Our last discussion, didn't you talk about potentially doing some areas like that, some areas with kiosk, or no?
So the last discussion is we actually came with 263 kiosks set up. But as we move forward, when we're work with the vendors more, we'll get their more expertise on how space they usually are putting their kiosk systems. Some systems, they come in and say, you need to be on every block corner. That's how our systems work. And other ones come in and say, no, with our system, if you have this much space and you apply this mobile app, and they give us 4 or 5 examples of where that's worked really well, that's what I'll be coming back to City Council with. Do I believe we need something on every street corner? No, and that's why we didn't put it in the RFP to build it that way. Moving forward, do I think that we're going to have a more core downtown area where we'll be heavier in kiosks, and as we disperse outside of that downtown, we will limit them a little bit more? Yes, I do. So yes, we currently have a mobile app today, and it's used about 35 to 45% of the time, but there's no way to correlate that
I'm not
cash.
talking about that mobile app, though. I'm talking about different.
Correct. And in future state, we could move forward with just a mobile app and not a kiosk system, and that was another thing that was brought to council.
But would that the new mobile app identify where the customer is at, or the parker, or what do you want to call it?
I can't answer that because I don't know what their data would show. And I'm foreseeing it would. Some of them are built on geofencing, and some of them are built on specific spaces. So it would be, we'd have to determine which app we go with to figure out which data I could get back from that.
And what do they do? Number the space, you put in the number when you...
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Correct.
So you can track where they're at, exactly.
Again, I can't say that until I see which type of app we would move forward with.
Okay, thank you.
Just real quick question, then I'll come to you, Mike. We're not talking about buying kiosks tonight, right? Like, we're not talking about having a number of kiosks that are just going to like lay around if we don't use them, right?
No.
We're talking about an RFP for the vendor. And if we do go with a vendor, are we going to buy kiosks? Like, is that the way that works?
Yes.
So you purchase all those.
Yes.
So we could overbuy and end up with kiosks that we don't need.
Potentially, we could overbuy. What I have in the memo today is we said, I believe, 248.
Right.
As we start working with these vendors, we'll be able to see where they have their equipment today, how that's working, and we'll be doing reference checks on, is this adequate for your city and the locations?
Yeah.
That's why I had that amount in there, because this is currently set up that an individual would have to walk 200 feet to get to a kiosk, and they would not have to cross a street.
Okay.
Future state, we might extend that up to 400 feet. And so that would reduce down the number of kiosks by half. Mm-hmm. The request today is to work with the vendors, come back to City Council with a selection from the parking division to discuss that with City Council prior to signing any contracts.
Got it. Mike.
Thank you. Ryan and I discussed this issue many times, but I don't remember the answer to this question. So are there other cities in the state of Iowa or in the Midwest that have just an app system and they don't have kiosks at all?
I knew you were going to ask that, Mike. With that, there are cities that are moving to just a mobile app, and they are reducing down their kiosk systems. I know when we came to the work session, there were 2 or 3 cities that had kiosks throughout the city, and as they introduced their mobile app, they were reducing that number down. They were hoping to eventually eliminate and go 100% to a mobile app. But again, if you go just to a mobile app, there is no cash option on street, but there are cash options in all of the ramps. We have a pay on foot station in each ramp that takes cash and card.
Mr. Frank, go ahead.
I would prefer that we have kiosk because there were a number of seniors that have said to me, I would like to pay with cash. They don't want to use a credit card. They don't want to use a debit card for like $2. They would like to just put money in the machine and walk away. But I am intrigued. Have any of these vendors discussed the idea of leasing? Like say you think you need 240 of them or 248, but then really we turn it down to like 200, just spitballing here. If there's an option to maybe just lease a percentage of them with the option to buy them if we truly need them. And then we can be like, okay, we found out 2 years later, we really don't need 248. We really need 200-ish, just spitballing some numbers to maybe save something. I don't know, but that was an idea that popped in my brain.
That is an option we're looking at.
Okay.
So we had them price it out that the city would purchase everything,
Mm-hmm.
but the city manager is always very good at, well, what other options are out there? Is there a rev share option? Is there a way we can lease or lease to buy or rent to buy option out there? Because you're right, Mr. Sprank, we might come to a point where we don't need 150, we only need 100, and then we have extras. I'm not saying we wouldn't utilize those extras and put them in more of the core downtown hotspots, but 50 extra at $7,000, that's a lot of cash. So we're going to make sure that we're mindful of what we're spending, but that is an option we can definitely look at as we discuss this with the vendors.
And I'm not against Mr. Staver's idea of going to an app essentially either, but there's also fees that we as the city eat a lot of with credit card processing. And
That's
so
correct.
I'm a little leery of going to a complete app where we're just eating just constantly credit card fees that could be just astronomical since we got no control over that. So,
Mr. Mayor?
thank you.
Please.
So that will be one of the decision points later, is who pays the credit card fee? The city, which is, we do now, and I think we budget like $70,000 a year to pay that fee in the parking division, or the customer, which quite frankly, a lot of the businesses I go to, I pay the fee and not the business. And in most of our rest of our operation, we've transitioned to the customer pays the fee, not yet in parking. So that will be a decision that'll be made by you when we bring the system to you.
I like that idea because too, if you force people to go to cash, then they wouldn't have to pay for a credit card processing fee. So, thank you.
Mr. Landick.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, have we seriously taken a look at removing parking fees, meters altogether? And when I say that, on-street parking is what I'm thinking about, not for the ramps. I think we talk a lot about parking meters, parking fees, and things of that nature, but if we really boil it down and look at the costs, the expenses associated with monitoring parking, and I fully understand that if we eliminate it, we'd still have to monitor it. But the infrastructure that goes into it, and I just think about what that could potentially do to our downtown district and just stimulate from an economic standpoint of removing parking fees and that barrier for residents that don't come downtown because of that. Have we really taken a deep dive into that to see what that potentially looks like?
So when we came to City Council on May 4th, that was a topic in a section of the PowerPoint that was brought up. And as we discussed through that, and Walker was here also, it is definitely recommended we do not move to a free downtown area. The option of a potentially free time limit was something that was brought up and we're considering, or you will be considering. But when we did our investigation throughout, more and more towns and cities were moving to a paid system to keep that turnover in the downtown. I believe it was La Crosse, Wisconsin, was at a free 2-hour limit downtown, and now they are moving to a completely paid downtown. So that was investigated and looked at, and the amount of enforcement that would take to manage the downtown if we did not have regulations or a fee structure would be, I mean, again, we would have to at least double, triple our staff to manage that.
Okay, thank you.
I want to reference back to COVID. We did this during COVID where, and I know Russ Steckline was up here previously at another meeting, and he talked about that, where we did no enforcement during COVID, and the amount of phone calls that the division started receiving because people literally would park in front of businesses and not move for a full day, meaning no customer turnover, no customers were able to get into their facilities, and we're talking restaurants, shops. The amount of phone calls started coming in because there was nothing that regulated that movement.
And it wasn't just individual businesses contacting us. It was the Chamber of Commerce contacted me and said, hey, we have all these businesses complaining to us. You guys need to get out there and enforce your rules. Oh, okay. So we did.
Just so I'm clear.
Hang on, Mr. Staver. Mr. Leinecker is the chair.
Good, thank you.
Yeah. And before I let you go, Ryan has been really consistent with us in this discussion. It has been very consistent in what his recommendation is, and it's been this way for a couple of years now. I mean, you've brought this, and you've slow walked it to us, frankly. I mean, you've come here and you've said in multiple different budget conversations, this is what we're looking at, this is where we're going. You've mentioned the other cities before. We've talked about the COVID experience that we had before, which I understand was different, because it was a weird time, but it's still a pretty good example of what people do when they don't have to have that payment there. Now, the concern that I'm hearing at the table is we don't want to be spending money that we don't need to spend on equipment and things like that. And we're not entirely sure what this is going to do to parking when we just remove the meters that we're all used to now and then start to use something different. But I got to say, what I love about what you've said tonight is the fact that we actually are going to have the ability to collect data in a way we've never been able to do before. You're already doing this in the parking ramps right now. You're collecting a lot of information about where we are and what we're doing. And as downtown changes and morphs in the next couple of years, which it will, there's no doubt whatsoever that the downtown behavior will change and morph. It absolutely will. The medical school is going to change it. There's a whole core of downtown that is going to completely be transformed. So as that happens, we're going to start to see a lot of different things. We're going to be able to collect this information in real time. One of the biggest benefits of moving forward with a more electronic version of things is the ability to collect real information. We don't have it right now. We are stuck in 1950 downtown with our, I'm just going to say 1950, with our parking lot. At least some of the quarters that are in there, stuck in there that I put in there, I'm sure. So, I think we've got to at least let these guys move forward with the vendor and pick a vendor for us, bring it forward, give us more of a plan, and then we can have further discussions about the intricacies of what we're going to do here. But I think I'd love to see us move forward with that. So I'm just throwing that out there as a thought. So, Mr. Staver.
I just want to be really clear that I've never suggested we go back to the COVID days of no rules. I've never once said that. Okay, I've said enforcement, time limits. Number two, my number one priority or thought is reviving businesses downtown. And this is a huge touch point. I just got an email today or yesterday about that very point, that they went down there, got a ticket, and they don't know if they'll be back because, it's happened 2 or 3 times this year to this person. It's happens to me. Come out 5 minutes, late, and you're like, okay. But yeah, I think it's a bad for business downtown, and that grace period I think would help alleviate that. I don't think there's any question that I want turnover down there. I mean, it's not a free for all. There's nothing to do with the COVID days. So that's never been my point, and I've never suggested we do that. So my idea is a grace period of some sort. And yeah, I don't think we should overspend on kiosks. I think, I would assume you could identify some hot spots and some less hot spots and maybe shrink the envelope of capture. But, and I think a mobile app would allow you to do that. And then you could, in the interim, collect the data, then figure out the number of kiosks you need. So I just want to clarify what my point is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Staver. All right, motion here on the table is to receive and file and approve authorizing the Transportation Services Parking Division to select a vendor from the proposals that have been submitted to the RFP. Any further discussion? All right, Ryan, thank you very much. All right, Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Landecker,
Aye.
Roussel,
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Sprank,
Aye.
Staver,
Aye.
Wethel,
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye, motion passes 7-0.
Action item number 5 is Smart Parking and Mobility Management Plan, Mobile LPR System Request.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Resnick.
I move to receive and file and approve.
Second.
Motion by Resnick, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. Director of Transportation Services Ryan Nucky is recommending City Council approval to allow Transportation Services Parking Division to select a vendor from the proposals submitted for the mobile license plate recognition enforcement request for proposals. A final contract will be brought back to City Council for final approval. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
Thank you, Mike. Discussion. Seeing and hearing none?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Resnick.
Just to be clear, so the LPR system we're talking about, the camera sees that, reads the license plates and says, oh, they belong here in this, in number 432, so it lifts the gate. And then when you're leaving, it sees you're ready to leave and the gate lifts. Or is this the one right on the street, which will be in combination of all the other things you've talked about?
So Ryan Nucky, Director of Transportation Services. This LPR system, Mr. Resnick, you did a very good job identifying the ramps. So in our ramps, we do have that system. The LPR system in our ramps is a car drives in, reads the license plate. As long as you have your license plate on file, gate opens up, I'd say 99.4% of the time now. Vehicle drives in and same on the way out. This LPR system would be mounted to our parking enforcement officers' vehicles. And what this would do is it would be linked to our AIM system, which is our parking regulation system, along with our kiosk and mobile app system. So as this vehicle drives down the road, it will have a camera that will read license plates, and it will be able to correlate that license plate with paid parking at that time. And if that individual did not pay for parking at that time, it will flag our parking enforcement officer to get out and investigate if a ticket needs to be issued or not.
Okay, so and then so that's the enforcement arm, and we can talk about whether there's a 5-minute, 10-minute delay and all those type of other things once you've talked to them and talked about their product, right, the vendors.
Yes.
So this is just the next step that you've prepared us for over the last couple of years.
This is the next step in enforcement of the downtown, which will make it a lot more efficient for our team to handle that. Along with that, it gives us that availability and option if we do go to have a grace period downtown. This will help us enforce that in an efficient way.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any others? All right, motion here is to receive and file and approve. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Landecker,
Aye.
Roussel,
Aye.
Resnick,
Aye.
Sprank,
Aye.
Staver,
Aye.
Wethel,
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye, motion passes 7-0.
Action item number 6 is 440 West 3rd Street LLC Workforce Housing Tax Credit Application Support.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Resnick.
I move that we receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second by Sprank.
Got a motion by Resnick, second by Sprank. Mike, please.
Thank you. Economic Development Director Jill Connors is recommending City Council approval of a resolution of support for a workforce housing tax credit application to the Iowa Economic Development being submitted for 440 West 3rd Street LLC. The developer is proposing to create 6 new residential units in a vacant and underutilized building. The site of the First Mercy Hospital in Dubuque, 440 West 3rd Street, has deteriorated and is in need of significant repair. This project will include considerable interior restoration and reconfiguration at an estimated cost of $1,700,000. The project intends to use historic tax credits, preserving a historic structure and piece of Dubuque's history. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
Thank you, Mike. Do you have any discussion on this item? I'm seeing and I'm hearing none. All right. Motion here is to receive and file and adopt this resolution. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Eindecker,
Aye.
Roussel,
Aye.
Resnick,
Aye.
Sprank,
Aye.
Staver,
Aye.
Wethel,
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye. That motion passes 7-0.
Action item number 7 is authorization to submit Federal Emergency Management Agency staffing for adequate fire and emergency response grant application.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Roussel.
I move to receive and file and approve.
Second by Wethel.
Got a motion by Roussel, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. Fire Chief Amy Scheller is recommending City Council authorization for the Dubuque Fire Department to submit an application to the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, under the Staffing for Adequate Fire and Response or SAFER grant program for the hiring of 9 additional firefighter paramedic positions. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval. And give me a second, I do need to go to another document, because I do want to bring up one other point that is not in my memo. Excuse me a second. So one of the funding sources to allow us to do this is the GEMT payments that we receive from the government. And we recently did learn that there's the potential that they're going to cap those payments, so we may not receive as much money as we anticipate through this funding scenario. So that's not a reason to not apply. I think we should apply. But I want you to be aware that we may find out somewhere along this process that, wait a minute, we're not going to get as much money as we expected from our federal reimbursements, and we'll have to look at either some other funding process, or I don't know at what stage of the grant process that'll happen, but I just want you to be aware there's the potential that that could happen.
Is there any way you could say more about that?
Well, the chief is here. She can say more
Chief.
about it.
Thanks for sticking it out with us here. I guess my further question is, so where is that coming from? Is that a FEMA situation, or where would that capping be happening from a federal level?
So the CMS, Centers for Medicaid Services, has proposed language to make some changes to the state reimbursement. So that's where the confusion lies, is GEMT is a federal pass-through grant.
Yep.
And so the proposed language will hit 4 specific areas. Hospitals are one of them, discharge services are one of them, and a couple hospital-related services, university medical activities. The discussion is that it could potentially then lead down to ambulance transport, although it's not certain, right? And so they're in an open comment period until July, which makes it difficult to give additional information until that happens. This has happened historically in the past, and it was not moved forward. This one tends to have a little bit more, not concern, I'm not terribly concerned at this point, but it's something that we need to observe. If proposed the way it's written, potentially could have impacts in 2029 of a reduction of 10% of the GEMT funds. But again, the way I read it is state funding on that cost recovery, not necessarily clear on the ambulance. So it's good to bring forward as a consideration, but still watching it very closely.
Okay. Do you happen to know, is this, you said this has happened before, this is part of the process that CMS goes through, right? I mean, they adjust these fees from time to time, is that correct? Or is this actually something that's like being suggested in, for instance, the president's budget or a budget that we're seeing from Congress?
Yeah, it's a higher level recommendation or discussion.
Okay.
Like I said, there's an open period right now, so all the advocacy groups are having discussion and providing some public comment on it.
Got it.
So it's really difficult, right? So
Okay.
the details are still yet to be gleaned.
Okay. So it's likely this would require, in the budgeting process, it require Congress to agree.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's helpful. Okay. Any other discussion or questions on this item? So, motion here is to receive and file and approve, which is the submission of this grant. Mike did note that we have something else to consider with that, but just as sort of an aside to make sure that we're considering with that. Okay? All right. So motion's on the table. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Lindecker,
Aye.
Roussel,
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0.
Action item number 8 is areas of persistent poverty study, master plan development, and implementation project consultant approval.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Sprank.
I motion that we receive and file and approve.
Second?
Motion by Sprank, second by Resnick. Mike, please.
Thank you. Transportation Services Director Ryan Nucky is recommending City Council approval of the Steering and Selection Committee's recommendation for the city to negotiate an agreement and execute a contract with Jarrett Walker and Associates for services related to managing the areas of persistent poverty study, master plan development, and implementation project. This work will be funded from the Grant Project Fund, which has a total available budget of $250,000. The local match is $25,000, and the FTA grant is $225,000. As part of this project, the city is seeking to implement holistic transportation solutions to provide a positive customer experience that financially supports the system from customer point of origin to point of final destination, which also minimizes travel time. Implemented solutions will maximize existing city mobility and parking assets, leverage best-in-class smart transportation technology, and identify future opportunities for the city to purchase new resources that will further improve transportation efficiencies. The scope of this request for proposal requires the consultant team to study, design, collect public input, and implement strategies to help the Transit Division optimize its bus routes and identify potential service changes. These changes are to improve service for Dubuque's historically disadvantaged tracks, new business development, and city improvements. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
Thank you, Mike. Mr. Sprank.
Yeah, I know folks always get a little annoyed that we are paying somebody to do all these studies. This one is, I feel, like very, very necessary because there are so many aspects of our bus system that works, but it also doesn't work. Like, we don't have a second shift, and there are many folks that if we could get that figured out, that would be wonderful. If we could get better longer weekend service, that would be amazing. So I'm very excited when this comes back to us, and it'll kind of have it'll probably have glaringly obvious things that we know we need to work on, but that the fact that they will look at our system and say, okay, if you move this route or change this route, I'm very appreciative of this coming forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Ryan, this is required, right? The study is a requirement of the federal funding that we receive. Am I wrong about this?
Ryan Nucky, Director of Transportation Services, and in a nice way, you are wrong about this.
Okay,
The city went out 3 years ago and applied for grants, and we were awarded a grant to do a complete study. So when I came to the city of Dubuque 4.5 years ago, we have our set routes. Our set routes have been there for 8 years, 10 years. And going through COVID, we saw that there was a drastic change in hybrid workforce and people moving throughout and moving into the downtown, and now we have the new development. So the transit team and I and Terry Goodman, we applied for a grant. We received this grant for $225,000 with the $25,000 city match, and that's going to allow us to do a complete study of equipment, routes, hours of service. With that, you guys will be playing a very large role in this. We'll be coming to you to figure out, is it coverage or is it speed? What do we want to build downtown? And Jarrett Walker did a very good job in their presentation, and their references did a very good job in referencing how they helped affect and change and modify what they currently had. That's why I'm bringing Jarrett Walker to the city council. Along with that, it'll be split up into phases, because after we figure out city council wants us to work on coverage, then we'll be doing an analysis on all of the coverage. But with that, we will be doing, there's minimum, I believe, 24, 26 public input meetings that will be set up throughout. There'll be multiple city council meetings that's set up so that you guys are in the know as we go through this. And the biggest thing we'll have to look at when we get to the end of this, or actually middle to end of this, is the budget side. Because, Mr. Sprink, you're right, we only run a shorter shift on Saturday. We don't have a complete second shift. But as we move forward, when we implement those things, our budget goes up. And our federal funding stays flat or adjusts with the federal changes that happen with it. So throughout this process, I want the public to know that we're going to take all the input we can get. We're going to look at building a system that we can financially support, and then we'll be coming to city council so you guys can give us your input on it, and also look at financially, do we want to invest more into transit, or is our current financial funding comparable to what we want to do with this study?
Gotcha. Thank you. That's very helpful. And don't ever be afraid to tell me I'm wrong. I am a lot, so it's helpful. Yeah, Ms. Wethel, go ahead.
I think it's fair to say, although each of us represent folks that use public transit, I would say Councilmember Sprank and myself represent the most of our population in low-income census tracts. So when I saw this as an opportunity for us, I was thrilled. So I'm really excited about this. I think we both hear quite a bit, as many of you do, about the necessity of each person as an individual. And it's so hard when we can't serve that one person's needs. But I think when we look at larger metro areas such as Des Moines running shortfalls with their transportation services and what that has meant for their community, I think we have to be smart in how we do this, but we want to try and serve the most people at the greatest need. So I am excited to support this and grateful for going out and finding the funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Spring.
Yeah, one more follow-up question. Ryan, will they be talking with the colleges? Because that would be huge if we can get those kids off campus and just get them around town better.
Yes, they will be a target point that they will be getting public input from.
Thank you.
Mr. Leineck, I'm sorry, was that a hand? No. Okay, sorry. Thought I passed over you for a second there. All right. Okay, thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it. Motion here is to receive and file and approve. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Leindecker,
Aye.
Roussel,
Aye.
Resnick,
Aye.
Sprank,
Aye.
Staver,
Aye.
Wethel,
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0.
Action item number 9 is B Branch Trail Project Phase 3, 12th to 9th Street Award.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Resnick.
I move to receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second.
Got a motion by Resnick, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. City Engineer Gus Sahoyas is recommending City Council concur on the award of the public improvement construction contract to Valentine Construction in the amount of $205,741.89, which is 13.1% below the estimate of probable cost, subject to the Iowa DOT concurrence and approval of the award for the Bee Branch Creek Trail Project Phase 3. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
Thank you, Mike. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none. Motion here is to receive and file and adopt the resolution. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Leindecker,
Aye.
Roussel,
Aye.
Resnick,
Aye.
Sprank,
Aye.
Staver,
Aye.
Wethel,
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0.
Action item number 10 is request to continue fire cost recovery ordinance to June 15th, 2026 City Council meeting.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Roussel.
I move to receive and file and approve the change to June 15th.
Second by Wethel.
Motion by Rousseau, second by Wethel. Krenna, did you want to comment on this one?
Simply put, staff in my office would appreciate a few more weeks to work through all of the questions that you presented at the last meeting, revise the ordinance, and make sure that the information we would bring back to you is thorough, and we could not do that by this evening, so we are requesting that it be revisited June 15th.
Well, I appreciate that, for one. Okay. No other further discussion on this. Motion here is to receive and file and approve. So, Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Leindecker,
Aye.
Rousseau,
Aye.
Resnick,
Aye.
Sprank,
Aye.
Staver,
Aye.
Wethel,
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0.
Action item number 11 is initiation of recruitment process for city manager.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Resnick?
I move to receive and file and discuss on the council.
Second by Leindecker.
Got a motion by Resnick and a second by Leindecker. Krenna, am I coming to you, or are we just going to talk about this?
You can. I'm trying to get the memo to load.
Yeah. I think the system is still rebooting itself a little bit here, yeah. Well, I'll begin by just saying that I did convene a meeting with Krenna as our city attorney, Shelley Stickford as our director of human resources, and Kristen Dietz in human resources, and discussed the process of getting this in front of you all. So that's where we are right now. So putting this together to be able to say, to have a sense of what our options might be. And I'll just say that my interpretation of this is that we have two choices right now. We can either go out for an RFP and find the search firm that we would like to work with. So it'd just be a standard process of going out and getting some proposals from those organizations. And you can see that there's a potential timeline for that. And then the second option would be to actually let the Human Resources Department make a suggestion for us right now and be able to have a firm that they have worked with on multiple different director searches. And the only reason I think that this option is on the table, and Krenna, you just correct me if I'm saying anything wrong here, but I think the main reason that this is on the table is because we have had some really successful searches with a particular firm, and then this is actually a particular firm that has worked with lots of different cities in Iowa. They know the Midwest pretty well, and I think it might be useful to have the suggestion made to be able to have that discussion a little bit more at our next meeting, I think, because it might be a good place to start. It might actually, my sense with what Human Resources is describing to me is that there's actually been quite a bit of work done in our region, and they know our region pretty well. When I've talked to so I did make a few phone calls to some other mayors. I spoke with the Iowa League of Cities personally. Just asked kind of like how this process works in a lot of other places, since we haven't done it for over 30 years. And one of the things that was mentioned was that you do want to do a national search, but at the same time, you want to have some sort of a firm that knows your region, because the laws in Iowa are really different than the laws in California, and how city managers work within city government is really different based on the regions you are in and some of the states that you're in. So that's one of the things. So I think it might be useful to do that. I don't think there's any harm necessarily in going out for an RFP. The only difference is the timeline. So I think the timeline is kind of thrown off there to be able to look at that. It just is going to take a little bit longer to do. So that's kind of the beginning. And Krenna also was the one in the discussion you brought up that we have done a search. It's for the city clerk. So that's the most recent search that we've done. It was actually in 2020. So but that was the most recent that we've done. I mean, we haven't searched for Krenna's position for quite a while. Haven't searched for the city manager position for quite a while. So Krenna, I don't know if there's anything you'd add to what I just described.
No, I think that's a basic summary, other than one thing we also talked about is that depending on like the pool and things like that, I likely would be providing background information for candidates if there are people outside of Iowa specific to Iowa law, so that they would understand the parameters that we work within.
So we'll all get a chance. Mr. Sprank first, and then I'll go to Mr. Resnick.
I would recommend personally option 2. The reason is the timeline of when a potential anticipated start date for the selected city manager is April. That at least gives that person 3 months to work with our current city manager. And personally, I would like to get that sooner, like 4 months, because there's a lot that our city manager is managing and taking care of and knows that needs to transfer a lot of information to the new person. And I'm hoping 3 months is enough, but really I could see 4 months would be preferable in my opinion. So.
Yeah. Thank you. And as you're talking, I thought of one more thing I probably should say. You know, what we're basically deciding here is who we're going to have us lead the process. And then that process will be laid out for us and for the whole community in a pretty specific and clear way. My sense in talking to anybody who's gone through this is that it's a pretty thorough community process. There's lots of discussions that we get to have about it, that the public gets to have about it. There's moments where whatever candidates we narrow down to go out and have public meetings. You know, this is a very public-facing position. It's a very big, it's a comprehensive search in the way that we're not just going to be doing this where I don't think anybody should have it in their head that the city council is going to hire this person and then we're going to introduce them to Dubuque. That's just not the way that it goes. It's much more of a thorough process where the committee that, or I'm sorry, I'm losing the word here, but the search firm. Thank you so much. The search firm that we work with is going to direct us through the process and tell us their experiences and what they know and how to get this done most effectively. So I just wanted to throw that out there as we talk about that. Mr. Resnick, I saw your hand next, then I'll turn over.
Yeah, thank you. Briefly, I also agree with the suggestion of the Human Resources Department. As long as the fee is in line with other search firms of like quality, and I'm sure we'll be looking at that. It won't be getting, the other thing is when we go out for, you know, we ask how much it will charge and the scope and all that. We often don't take the lowest fee. We have the committee looks at it and says, well, we really think this is a better quality. We're getting more bang for the buck with this firm. And I think they've already made that decision, working with all these other search firms for different reasons. So that's kind of you know, sometimes people say, well, you know, we spending a lot of money on you know, people telling us how to do things. Why don't our departments make suggestions and make some decisions? This is one where I could see where I would agree with the Human Resources Department, and they have extensive work, and they want the best for the city as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Russell.
Well, I have a little different perspective. I think it's important to take the time to get the best possible candidate. And I think that looking at the two timelines in my mind is not that different. And not that I don't believe in our HR department, but I support option one, looking at an RFP that would allow us to evaluate multiple firms to make our selection. And we can still look at the qualities that you mentioned that the current most recently used firm has. But I think from the outside, looking from the outside, this is going to ensure a fair and impartial process. Not that we selected a firm internally and then, oh, look at the candidate we selected. I think it's really important to have an outside, especially for the leadership role, to have an outside firm that's going to show that we are being fair and impartial in the process. And I think that the minimal amount of extra time that's going to take in that process is going to be an investment in the future success of our community. So I really didn't see that much difference in the timeline, a little less time for the new person to spend with Mike, but I really like the idea of choosing an outside firm. Thank you.
Thank you.
Briefly, Mr. Mayor?
Let's go to everybody else first. Is that cool? Yeah.
Yeah, I think I agree with Laura. All the comments she made make sense to me. You know, it's I think Yeah, I think the extra effort made in selecting the right firm would I think, yeah, speak to transparency and again, yeah, I don't think, no disrespect to HR. I think it would make sense if I was in their shoes that you'd want to work with somebody you've worked with before. But I think they'll be part of the group, I imagine, that we'd be selecting from. So, at the end of the day, we'd consider that as well. So, yeah, I think I would go to option 2, right?
That'd be 1.
1.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Staver. Mr. Landecker, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I concur with Councilmember Roussel and Councilmember Staver on option 1. I think back about during our budgeting process, we approved a budget item and we told residents that we were going out for RFP. And I feel like option 2 is just, we've already selected the firm, it sounds like, based on prior experiences that we've had with this specific firm, from what I'm hearing and understanding. I think that doesn't maintain the independence. And I do think, this, and I'm not saying option 2 places less of an emphasis or a focus or a significance on the role, but I do think this decision here that we're going to have in front of us is going to be one of the most important that we're going to make over the next 10 years, just with everything we have going on in the city and all the major projects. I mean, we have generational projects going on. So I think it's very important that we vet it appropriately and spend the extra time, as Councilmember Roussel said.
Thank you. Ms. Bethel.
I'll be honest, I went into tonight not really sure and wanting to hear more from all of you. I appreciate that we could expedite the process, but I agree with Councilmember Leyendecker that there is probably not a more important decision we could potentially be making as this current council than choosing this hire. And so taking the time to ensure transparency, I think it is paramount, and I would agree with Councilmember Leyendecker, Roussel, and Staver to support option number 1.
Well, it sounds like we're going for an RFP. So, yeah, Mr. Springer?
I understand totally. I just have a high suspicion that the people that will apply will be employed somewhere else. They're probably not going to want their employer to know that they're shopping for a new job. So they will probably want to keep their interviews confidential. And then if we do hire someone, they'll probably want to move here. They'll have to move here and relocate here. So that's going to take more time for them to get on board with us. And so I understand we want transparency, but I also have a feeling they may not want their current employer to know that they are looking for a new job. So that might be a wrinkle that we might have to think about if they want to have. I understand Brad's idea with they need to have public stuff, and I'm all for that. Mm-hmm. But I have a feeling some of them aren't going to want to have those conversations till they've told their current employer. So just things to think about on this level of a position that we're looking for, that there's going to be people that they will want to apply, but they haven't told their employer that they're looking for a new job. Yeah. So
I think it's absolutely accurate. That's definitely something that is going to be.
That could slow us way down on getting a person in the position to get them up to speed with all the things that this current city manager knows.
Well, it's true. I think there's a couple things. Yes, that's absolutely a part of searching for a city manager. I think we should expect that's going to be something that we're going to need to navigate with our search firm, whoever we choose, RFP or no RFP on this one. So all that said, though, one thing I think that we should have some faith in is we've got. First of all, I think we're going to have some internal candidates for, one, maybe even more. And then I do think that we have some very capable hands leading the charge right now if Mike were to depart before a new city manager comes on, full time. So I do think that there's the staff is. I think we have the ability to be able to work with whatever timeline we need to work with. But I also I'm pretty confident that we are going to be able to move expeditiously with this because I don't think there's any desire for anybody to drag their feet. I think we know what our timeline is. We know we want to move, so we'll go as fast as we can. So with that said, please, Krenna.
The other piece I was just going to say is these are estimated timelines that were provided, and if you get to the point where you're doing an RFP and someone brings a proposal to you, that is something you could evaluate as part of that process, is what they are putting forward for the process, the timing, and what it looks like.
Yeah, yep. So as far as putting this out for an RFP, the next step is?
I just need you to vote on it so we know, and then the ball will get rolling.
Okay. Do we have a sense of the timeline at all of when that'll be back in front of us to have some sort of RFP that goes out?
My understanding from HR was they said they thought it would take 6 to 8 weeks. That was an estimate as well.
Okay. All right. So we're looking at July for sure of this process. And it says July 1st on here, but the process moving forward in the next steps. Okay. All right. And just so everybody knows, I mean, there could be an email or two that comes to just me and the, Krenna and Shelley as the HR director. But I made it clear when we sat down and met, I said, I do not want to be sitting here pretending that I'm in charge of this process. That's all of us that are in charge of this process. So I don't want anybody to get the idea that I'm doing anything or trying to run the process on another level. I don't see that as my role in this case. I think this is something for the whole council to move forward with. So my intention would be that most of what I'm going to be seeing is going to be when you all are seeing it too. So just know that as we go forward. And I'll try to continue to push in that direction. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't go in that way.
My other
Mr.
question is, theoretically, won't some of these discussions be closed sessions? And are we going to think we're going to have separate interview nights? Because we're going to have like separate interviews and just, they won't be like on a traditional meeting. So just things we all have to think about. There will be additional time commitments that we're going to have to set aside to make sure this happens. And I'm going to rearrange my schedule to whatever that is.
Yeah.
So folks are aware we may be meeting for maybe a lot of extra Mondays, off Monday nights, just to make this work. So
I think that's a good point. And I do think that whatever firm is chosen to help us walk through this process, part of their role is going to be to know what the laws are in conjunction with the city attorney's office to know when we can go into closed session and when we can't. Because there are a lot of things we can't do in closed session, even if it might seem easier or more natural to do some sort of an interview in there. We don't have that capability. So we're going to have to navigate that as we go forward and know all those things. Yeah.
So that being said, the action was receive and file council. I would love it if there was an amendment to the motion in the second to provide the direction for staff.
And Mr. Resnick, you made that motion. Mr. Landecker, you seconded.
So is this a good time for my question now?
Sure.
Okay. So you say we issue the RFP, we get replies. Is there a committee who makes recommendations or who compiles all this? Or are you saying the city council is going to select the firm, the search firm? Is that what you were doing? So we're going to get all that information and make that decision? Is that the?
Yes, sir.
So there is no intermediary between, making usually we get a recommendation, somebody who's used to search firms and can help us steer us from trouble and say, well, this is, we're going to have somebody looking at these search firms and say, well, this is brand new search firm, or this is a 50-year-old firm, and this is the place they work, and all that is going to come to us, and we're going to make that decision?
That is how the process is currently envisioned if you do an RFP, because it is your RFP to hire your employee. If you wanted that to evolve into something different or provide some criteria to staff to narrow it, or if you wanted staff to say, ensure that all of the responses received were in fact responsive to like the criteria in the RFP, that could be, we could work through that.
I see. We do want the best candidate and the best search firm. Are we really qualified, the seven of us, to pick the best search firm for such an important position? I just want to bring that up to us as we consider the next steps. I know we're good at lots of different things here. picking the best search firm for the most important position in city staff. I don't feel qualified for that, but I will read and learn as much as I can. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I don't necessarily see a problem with us getting a recommendation from our Human Resources Department. You know,
Well, that was my question.
yeah.
That can be built in if that is what you want.
Just a discussion point.
Yeah, Mr. Linedecker, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Councilmember Resnick's point, I do think it would be really helpful to have some form of scoring rubrics built out by our Human Resources Department. And I would think that there's other cities that have gone through this before, and hopefully there's some sort of scoring rubrics that they could say, hey, tenure of, time in that they've been a firm and amount of city managers they've recruited and, things of that nature. And geographic location probably does come into play, right? So hopefully we can research and maybe find something out there to that extent that would help us.
I think that's good points. Okay. All right. So the motion was to receive and file and just discuss as a council. Mr. Resnick, would you care to amend that motion?
Yes, and so what I'm gathering, and Mr. Mayor, you want to clarify, option one is what I understand is the choice of the council?
Yep.
All right. I move to receive and file and choose option one in the initiation of the recruitment process for the city manager.
Second by Linedecker.
Okay. We've got a motion. Krenna's shaking her head yes. That motion went well. So we've got a motion by Mr. Resnick, second by Mr. Linedecker. Trish, call the roll, please.
Linedecker,
Aye.
Roussel,
Aye.
Resnick,
Aye.
Sprank,
Aye.
Staver,
Aye.
Wethel,
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye. That motion passes 7-0.
Action item number 12 is a video of new housing creation, the spring update.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Resnick.
I move to receive and file and view the video.
Second.
By Linedecker.
Motion by Resnick, second by Linedecker. Go ahead and roll that video, please. Looks like a busy construction season. All right, motion there was to receive and file. Watch the video. Trish, just call the roll, please.
Linedecker,
Aye.
Roussel,
Aye.
Resnick,
Aye.
Sprank,
Aye.
Staver,
Aye.
Wethel,
Aye.
Kavanaugh.
Aye. Motion passes 7-0.
Next on the agenda are council member reports.
All right, what do we have to report today?
Next time.
Next time, as Roussel says, yes. Mr. Sprank.
During the Memorial Day weekend, I got to meet with the Marshallese folks. and they did their celebration of basically forming their country. And the unique thing was they actually had flown in 3 of their like government representatives. They had like their Speaker of the House, a senator, and their Assistant Attorney General. So it was very interesting to actually just talk with them about things. And I extended our hand in friendship and said, you know, if there's anything us as a city can help out with, since we do have so many of your residents living in our community, how can we be a better partner? And so that was nice. And then, of course, this week I've got a meeting with Dubuque Forward, my neighborhood association. Of course, there's a primary tomorrow, so hope people remember to go vote for that. All that jazz is this Friday. And then these next couple weekends, there's a group, Fly-By Nights, doing a unique play called What the Constitution Means to Me. I'm going to try to catch that as well one of these weekends. And then, of course, there's a lovely Pride Festival that you all are invited to. We usually, the folks that are putting it all together, they usually invite anybody from City Council to come up around the noon hour just to kick off and we will reread the proclamation that the mayor read today. So you're all welcome to come on down.
Thank you, Mr. Sprink. Any others? Yeah, Mr. Resnick?
Briefly, so this last few days I've been out of town, and we mentioned Dornbirn, Austria tonight, and I went to Vienna, Austria, and met with a family that I visited or I made friends with 50 years ago in high school, and in a foreign exchange student situation for a summer. 50 years later, I visit them again. I just want to let you know that they love Dubuque because they've been here as well, and they sent their daughter, who is a student at Dubuque Senior High School while she was here. She learned how to drive on my car, and we were up at 5:30 in the morning. All you parents know what that's like. But you know, trying to pass driver's ed on the hills with a stick shift. So a lot of memories, but I tell you what, whenever I go over there, I always bring a whole bunch of Dubuque stuff. Again, they've been here, they love it, and so a lot of people come and just visit, and we have you know, millions of people come over the years, and they come away with a lot of impressions of Dubuque, Iowa, and I was so very proud of our city. They like the way it looks, but they like the way it feels on them. You know, they like the people that they went to school with, that they interacted with in town. So there's a lot of ways to spread the news about Dubuque, Iowa, and it was really important and emotionally satisfying trip for me. They really like bikes over there in Europe, and I'm glad we did some more work on our trails. Want to keep that up. They're very environmentally aware all over Europe. So London, Cambridge, Vienna, and the small towns that I was visited. So it's really interesting to compare the towns and the places in Europe compared to ours, and they admire us for many reasons, and we can admire them for many reasons as well. And so I'm glad that we're still mixing it up with Dornbirn. I wasn't able to get there. That's the other side of the country. But it's very important. I hope people can get up and travel. There's don't let school get in the way of your education, I always say. So people, students, teachers, parents, hope you can travel and meet some people from other countries. It's an amazing experience. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'll just say something really briefly then, and then we do have a closed session. So before too long here, we're gonna head to Washington D.C., some of us, and talk to our representatives there and meet with some folks and for the chamber fly-in. So we'll work with our business community there. I did make a trip there a couple weeks ago with Anderson Sansey and Terry Goodman as our outgoing and current Director of Strategic Partnerships. And we kind of set the stage for a couple of the meetings that we're going to have. And we had a great meeting with the Environmental Protection Agency as well as the Department of Transportation. And they really did provide a lot of attention to us. So we had pretty large groups that were meeting with us from those agencies. And it was some specific discussion about not just the grants that we're applying for, but then also the things that we've been working on. They wanted to hear the success stories about Dubuque. So they were very successful meetings. I was really glad that we went, actually, to be able to have those discussions before we all go out together. So hopefully that'll help us to have a nice, smooth trip when we go out there and have continuing the discussion rather than having to start things all over again. And also had a chance to meet with our members, our staff members members of Congress. And in fact, Congresswoman Hinson was on our plane on the way out. So we had a chance to talk with her too, so that was nice. So it was good to be able to do that. Final thing I will say, along with Mr. Sprank, to make sure everybody gets out and votes tomorrow, because it is a primary election day. It's really important that everybody does that. But I also just want to say congratulations to all the graduates out there. We had a lot of graduations this past weekend, and it was really exciting to see. It's great to see young Dubuquers coming out of high school, coming out of college, and hopefully going to be Dubuquers for a long time. And since I'm only going to get a couple of times to do this, I just want to say congratulations, Sam. We're really proud of you. All right, we do have a closed session. Take a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Wethel.
I move that we go into closed session to discuss purchase or sale of real estate according to Chapter 21.51J Code of Iowa.
Got a motion by Wethel, second by Roussel, and for the record, the attorney of the city council will consult on the issues to be discussed in closed session is City Attorney Crandall Brumwell. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kleindecker?
Aye.
Roussel?
Aye.
Resnick? Sprank?
Aye.
Staver?
Aye.
Wethel?
Aye.
Kavanaugh?
Aye, motion passes 7-0. We are in closed session.